on 17?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Very anemic. We're missing 5 people actually.
Yeah. So we're good then.
Alright, let me put it on Twitch.
I think I got your link went live already. So here.
Games. It's about connecting to each other. That's
Yeah, okay.
So we're good?
Yeah. This is your let me manage the there.
Where's the
Stream manager. Here you have the chat here and you have you can run ads in between stuff.
Okay. And where's the where do I find the, this is Twitch, right?
Yeah.
Okay, where's the link for Facebook? Is that on Facebook itself?
Yeah, yeah, it's on Facebook.
Alright, so let me go there.
And YouTube. Switch account.
Link. You're streaming on your YouTube channel also?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's this thing here. Why is it not on?
Alright, see what we got here. Just making sure everything's set up properly so we can get the right amount of get you guys all the information and everything. So Matt's gonna charge a multicolor Whis. He's gonna activate his leader ability by pitching a Goku Vegeta BR. Taking a life, drawing 2. He's gonna pass turn to Kevin. Kevin's gonna draw for turn. Kevin's gonna charge the 5-drop Broly, giving him 1 red energy. This is probably where you get your Vampa play off your leader skill by searching it from the deck. Vampa's definitely, you know, super important for the red Broly strategy if you guys haven't noticed that already. Being able to just constantly filter through your deck and get your pieces and continue up your swap chain is really important for the deck. So that's most likely always going to be a turn 1 play for the red Broly strategy. So you go ahead and tap that 1 for Vampa. Activate skill, take a life. Scry, 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. It's gonna go ahead and play the set 11 1-drop Broly. Obviously you have 2 different 1-drops. You have the tournament promo and you have the core set 11 Broly, which is great because you have 2 ways of starting your chain with 1 energy. It's gonna swap up into that eventually at some point, going into the 3-drop and then, you know, so on and so forth. So he's gonna go ahead and discard his Bardock the Resolute. Activate his leader skill. Take a life. I believe by taking a life it gives him plus 5k in critical. He's gonna swap off the 1-drop into the 3-drop, which does have Servant. So he's gonna go ahead and swing with his leader for a 15k critical. As you can see, Matt takes that damage, it being a topo, which is a pretty good floodgate for red. Very important now, especially with decks that go wide. And because Matt took critical damage, the Bardock the Resolute comes in for free off of that skill. And that's gonna go ahead and put Matt down to 3 life. Matt's gonna draw for turn, untap his multicolor. Let's see what he decides to do here. Charge a Jiren Unison, which is a great card. Just the only problem is just a lot of energy to commit right now, especially this early in the game, being at such a low life total already. He's gonna go ahead and tap 2 for his multicolor. I believe that's, I forget his name. He's one of the God of Destructions from, I want to say Universe. It's not 11, but basically it's an offering skill. So your opponent has the choice of letting you draw 2 cards, or you going ahead and sending 1 of your lives to the drop area as critical damage. Kevin elects to not allow Matt to draw 2, so that means he's gonna take a life. Matt is gonna go ahead and awaken, untap 1, draw 1, swing with his 20k. Let's see what Kevin decides to do here. He's gonna combo up on that Servant, going to 25. swing, auto, draw 1. Now, if you don't remember this Gogeta leader, it was from set 6. He does have a very unique skill where you can discard a Goku or a Vegeta BR as long as you have, I think, 3 of each in the drop area or something like that. It requires a certain amount of them to be in the drop area, and then you can shut off your opponent's counters that are cost 2 or more. So, at that time of the game when this leader came out, it was basically an efficient way of shutting off Mafuba. So, Matt's just going to pass there. Kevin's going to charge a Vampa, which is, he already has one on board, so it's kind of useless. Because Broly's a servant, he doesn't restand. He's going to go ahead and activate Vampa, take a life, look at top 5. He's going to go ahead and discard the Resolute, and he's going to go ahead and Overwhelm for Supreme Kai of Time. This is very interesting. Overwhelm for 3. She looks at top 3 for a battle card. You add it to your hand, you put the rest at the bottom of the deck in any order. So it's really good. Filtering card. Broly doesn't really rely too heavily on the drop area. So being able to extend your plays and search for your pieces. As you can see, he did grab SS3 Goku Man on a Mission, which is a very good Overwhelm card. I'm going to go ahead and tap 1 for the Tournament Pack Broly now, which is going to allow him to crit a life and search for a Ba, which is a 2-drop blocker. And it's just more filtering, swapping, filtering, getting pieces, stuff like that. The Servant keyword might seem like a hindrance because his battle cards are not going to be able to restand on his next charge phase. But because you can just constantly swap them in and out, Servant is what kind of makes them balanced. So, there's always, good and bad with every archetype, and I think, having that Servant skill there is just going to make it for balancing purposes. He is going to swap out of the 4. He's going to swap up into the 4 from the 3-drop by tapping 1. Obviously, the Broly chain, once you get past turn 4, when you're going up the swap ladder, they do interact with your hand. So when they come into play, you have to warp 2 cards or warp 1 card out of your hand. It's not a permanent warp. It's just for till the start of your next turn. Or at the end of your next turn, you get them back. But it is one of those things where you have to be careful. You don't want to go too low in hand total because you want to be able to have defense. So Matt's going to respond on an attack with a Violent Raise. And I'm assuming he's going to choose battle cards so that they can't attack. Because Violent Raise says that you can shut off any future battle cards attacking that are 20k or less. Or 20k or more, rather. So that's going to kind of maybe put a halt to Kevin's turn here. But it's going to be interesting to see because he still does have 2 active energy and he's now awakened. So he can continue to push if he needs to. Matt's going to go ahead and super combo off the swing here, putting 1 at the bottom of the deck with the new Raditz super combo from set 11. And then he gets to draw 2 cards off of that placement, which is great. You get rid of a dead card, you get 2 new cards, and you just survive an attack. Matt's got to be very careful here. They're both sitting at 3 lives, so virtually they're even, but you just got to be very careful. You don't want to dip to 2 because it's not comfortable playing with 2 life on decks that can easily double strike you. Kevin's going to swap into another 4-drop just to have presence on board, even though he can't attack because of Violent Raise. He's still taking cards out of Matt's hand, which is very important. Resource management, the hand advantage game, it's always been one of those things where, it's one of those game within the games, if you will. But Kevin is going to go ahead and pass his turn. He's sitting on a pretty good board. 2 Brolys, a Bob Blocker. The Supreme Kai should not be on the board at that point. Obviously, it's an overarm card, so it does have to be off of the board. I just forgot to send it to the warp. Now we're all caught up. Mass charging another multicolor energy. So he's got 3 now. He's going to tap 3. He's going to go ahead and play the 5-drop Gogeta from set 11 for Union Fusion. Those are his 2 pieces. When 5-drop Gogeta comes on the board, he minuses 15k battle power to the entire board. So obviously Kevin's going to lose his Bob Blocker. And then the Brolys are going to get minus 15k power, which does keep them on the board, but they're 5ks. So if Matt does have any other attack reduction, he might be able to get rid of them. So as you can see, Matt's going to swing with his leader. Kevin's going to respond with a Violent Raise. And I'm assuming he's going to choose battle cards as well so that the multicolor and the Gogeta can't attack, which makes the most sense in my opinion. Let's see what else Matt decides to do here. I believe he did draw off of the swing, but he's tapped out now, so gotta be very careful here. Sometimes it's one of those tricky situations where the strategy of your deck might need for you to overextend, and if your opponent has a response to that overextension, it does kind of hurt. So you just have to be very careful. Hopefully Matt has a good enough hand size to be able to play defense, but we'll see what happens here. So Kevin's going to draw for turn, charge a Bob blocker, putting him at 3 energy. He can now go up into his 8-drop Broly chain because his opponent does have 3 energy. So that's one of the cruxes of playing Broly BR, the new swap chain, is that your opponent has to be at 3 energy for you to get your big boss monster out. So just reading here for clarification on the 5-drop. Let's see. I mean, this is basically like for both of these decks, even though essentially it's only turn 3 or they're only at 3 energy. This is essentially the late game here. So Kevin's gonna go ahead and swing. Matt's gonna take that life off the Broly swing. He's gonna swing with the second Broly now. Matt is going to super combo with the Whis, reducing the battle power of one of the Brolys. Kevin's gonna swing with lead, draw a card on the auto. Let's see what Matt decides to do here. I'm not sure if he plays any after images in the main. That would be the only negate that he could potentially activate at this point because it's sparking. But he does go ahead and combo out using 2 5Ks. Kevin is going to go ahead and activate Vampa to look at top 5 for Broly BR by taking a life. And at this point, late in the game, Vampa just gets value as the game goes on. There's not a lot of cards in the game that can interact with field spells or field cards. So you constantly being able to toolbox your deck is really efficient, especially because you're putting such big, beefy hitters on board. It can really disrupt your opponent, kind of always being able to search that piece that you have. So you're getting a free Bob blocker off of it as well, and then you get another search off of the Bob blocker. So it's as close to toolbox as you get, in my opinion, right now in the meta. This is definitely one of the contenders, for top tier, or it is top tier, but I don't think it's the boogeyman of the format. I think it's a really good deck. I think it does take some skill to pilot the deck because you don't just want to, brainlessly throw cards at your opponent. But it's definitely powerful for what it does. So Kev's gonna go ahead and swing that Broly. He's gonna tap 1. Oh, rather he's gonna swap up into the Broly for 1. This Broly comes out. He's vicious. If your opponent has a Unison, obviously you can remove a marker from it, but also you can warp 2 out of your opponent's hand until the start of the next turn, end of the next turn, whatever the timing on that is. But he is a 30k crit, I believe. He's gonna go ahead and swap again. This is where I'm saying where it gets tricky because it's one of those things where and Matt's just gonna scoop. It's not much you can do if your opponent's constantly just getting rid of your hand and putting huge threats on board. It's a lot to deal with in such a short amount of time, especially when you have no energy open for defensive purposes. It's kind of difficult. So they're gonna go ahead and start siding to go into game 2. Obviously, this is a best of 3 tournament, 60-minute rounds. So for those of you that are watching, hopefully you guys are enjoying. I believe the turnout was about 16 players, maybe 17 players, give or take. It's one of those things, the way the world right now with, the COVID restrictions, obviously we're used to getting, 30, 40 plus players. But, in real life, Dragon Ball is definitely still a treat, in my opinion. Obviously, coming out on a Saturday and just playing some cards with your friends, for a little bit of friendly competition, of course, because there is some, prizing on the line and stuff like that. But obviously, we just hope that everybody remains safe. If you're watching from the comfort of your own home, I'm glad you guys are tuning in because obviously we want to make sure that this game continues to grow. We want to reach out viewership as much as possible. But we want to still do that while maintaining safe and operating within the restrictions and the guidelines that are put forward by, whatever state it is that we're residing in. Right now, New Jersey is pretty, it's pretty strict here. So luckily, we've been able to hold the events outside under the canopy with the heating lamps out there because it is a little chilly today, and we're able to bring this event to you guys on a live stream, which I'm really thankful for, being able to do commentary for you guys. Obviously, I prefer doing stuff behind the scenes, as a content creator or as a commentator, stuff like that. I mean, yeah, I love playing the game, but when it comes down to it, I prefer doing stuff for the community in this type of fashion. I mean, yes, like I said, I enjoy playing. I'm not the best player. I still have a lot of catching up to do, shaking the rust off. But for the most part, I'm having fun, dabbling with set 11, and now Draft Box 6 just came out. So I'm really excited to implement those new strategies into the decks that I'm going to be playing. So it looks like they're done sighting here. I think Matt might even have his life total set up. No, but we're just moving into round 2 or game 2 here. And let's see if Matt can get the win on the crackback here. Obviously, it's a lot to contend with. It's a lot to deal with. But Matt's a good player. He pilots his deck very well. He's tested a lot, so I'm confident that he'll be able to pull one out here. So I'm just doing this real quick. I'm just sharing some of the guys in my play group in PA are asking for the stream link, so I'm just gonna go ahead and post that for them so they can watch. Also, probably gonna make a post on Facebook as well in case you guys aren't seeing it. But we're gonna go ahead and get started here. So players are doing their life totals and stuff. Sorry, let me just get this out of the way. CGU 1K is now live. Share to group. Special group. Share to group. Okay, so let's catch up. Looks like Matt started again with the multicolor charge. Activated his leader skill. Pitch 1, draw 2, take a life. Pitch 1, draw 1, take a life. Kevin's again opening up with his Planet Vampa, which again, I'm talking. I can't be the only person that feels this way. Being able to toolbox your cards out is just ridiculous. So, yeah, I mean, you're committing an energy to an extra card or a field card, but like how at risk are you at losing turn 1? When you're starting at 8 life, I don't think there's decks that can blow you out turn 1. I think Gohan does it the quickest on turn 2 with Reboot Gohan, but I don't think you can get blown out turn 1. So it's a pretty safe play in my opinion. For the most part, as a Broly player, I'm sure most of the time they want to go second because they can't go up their chain to their biggest boss monster until their opponent is at 3 life. So for those of you guys who are playing against Broly, if you win the die roll, it might be beneficial for you to allow them to go first because they'll charge their third energy before you charge yours. So you won't get hit with the 8-drop on turn 3, essentially. It might be something to think about. But Kevin, go ahead. He's going to go ahead and get his free buy. He's going to get his Broly, and he's going to get his Paragus. And Paragus is a servant. Or Paragus is an overlord, and Broly's are servants. So if you wanted to, for more draw power, you can activate that skill and put them at the bottom of the deck to draw a card. I think Broly really wants to keep his battle cards on the board though, so that he can go up his swap ladder. And because they're servants, they do get that extra 10k, so they're swinging for 19, which is insane. So Broly's gonna go ahead and swing. I think he's gonna swing here for 19 into lead. Matt's tapped out, so he's just gonna snap take that. Leader swing. Is he crit? Did he take a life for crit? I believe he did. sure if Kevin activated that skill to make his leader critical. But Matt's sitting at 5 life already, turn 1. Or turn 2, rather. And he is going to get a turn out of it here. See what he decides to charge. Obviously, any multicolored card. I shouldn't say any multicolored card, but any weeks that you charge now for the rest of the game is going to be in active mode because you negate the energy exhaust for every other multicolor in the charge area to check land. So, um, Matt's going to go ahead and tap 1 for the Goku. He's going to search top 3. I think he grabs a Vegeta or a Gogeta. And he's going to grab the Godly Aura tournament pack promo from set 11. Let's see what else he decides to do here. Go ahead and swing with that 10k. So you have to make the decision if you want to aggressively go after the leader or go after their swap chain. I think certain decks want to remove board because they can deal with the leader. I don't think Gogeta's one of those decks. I think since they're both kind of aggro, you kind of want to just get your opponent down to as little life as possible, as quickly as possible. So that's where I believe this is all coming from. Matt's already awakened. He's got his 2 energy nice and active because he only used 1 this turn for the Goku. He's going to go ahead and draw off leader swing and sit at 15 attack. He's going to go into the leader. So Kevin's going to take that life. End turn, the Goku bounces back into the hand, that nifty permanent that he has. Always having fusion material in your hand going up your fusion chain. Kev's going to charge another Ba. So he's got an active Ba blocker. He's got his 3-drop Broly, but with a servant skill he can't untap. So he's going to go ahead and play his Kale Unison. Now this Kale Unison is really good in my opinion because every time you activate Swap, I think she gets a marker. And then her -7 is you can reduce your opponent's leader to 0 basically. Like you could -15k either on a leader or a battle card. So being able to do that and making your opponent's leader 0, you can essentially just swing with Ba for 5k, and if they don't combo out, they take damage. So that's pretty insane in my opinion. I think she's a really good card for the deck. She does also search. I think she has some search built into her as well. And obviously, one of my Tristan, one of the players in our Pennsylvania playgroup from Gamers Edge, does play this deck as well, and he absolutely loves the Kale Unison. So Kev's gonna swap into the 4-drop Broly, make Matt warp his Nimbus. Kevin's gonna activate Vampa by taking a life. I love Broly. I love that Broly is an untapped 2 leader. I think it's super strong for this type of deck that wants to utilize energy for swapping. I think it's so good he's an untapped 2. They could have made him so much more balanced if he was an untapped 1 draw 1. But I think being an untapped 2 makes him really, really powerful. So he's going to add the 1-drop Broly. That's the set 11 Broly, I believe. Yeah, that's the set 11 Broly. Tapped out, but he is in awakening range, which is exactly what he's gonna do, because his leader on the back is the 20k, so it just gets so much value being on the backside. Kevin's gonna go ahead and swing leader to leader. There's the Nimbus, pitch a Nimbus off a Nimbus. Kevin can now only attack with 1 more battle card for the remainder of this turn. And Kale, even though she's a Unison and she gets under Nimbus, she's only 5k, so you really do have to commit. A lot of combo power into a 5k Unison if you wanted to strike for damage. So essentially, Kevin has 1 more attack here with the battle card, but he can continue to swap up. I mean, he could go into the 5-drop. Very easily here and swing for 30k crit, which if I'm going to if I only have 1 attack left, I'm definitely going to prefer a 30k critical swing as opposed to a regular 20k swing. So he's going to swap off the 1 into the 3, adding a marker to Kale. He has his 5-drop on board. 3-drop. Gonna go ahead and play the Paragus off the swap. Paragus is gonna trigger. Top 5. See what he decides to add. I think he got the 3-drop and the 1-drop off the Paragus, so I think he chooses one of these and add it to his. He's gonna go ahead and add the 3-drop, shuffle the rest. But Kevin can only attack with one more battle card this turn. He's gonna go ahead and turn sideways with a 30k crit. See if Matt has any response to this attack. Just going over interactions here when the Brolys leave the boards, because they do have skills that they get when they're KO'd or anything like that. So you gotta be careful when you're dealing with the swap ladder as well, because you're gonna trigger their other effects when they leave. So Matt does take that critical, and Kevin passed his turn, but he's in alright shape. He's in higher life total. Got blockers on board. That Nimbus was pretty crucial, because it essentially not stopped him in his tracks, but definitely prevented him from doing more. Matt's gonna go ahead and charge the Gogeta from set 6. That's an oldie. It's a great card though. I mean, Union Fusion, if your opponent has no battle cards, you can burn them for 1 or 2. Pretty good card. And the 6-drop that goes into him is really good too. It's a 25k barrier that draws you 2 cards when you Union Fusion. But Matt, obviously plays this other 5-drop from set 11, which is also really good because he negs the board 15k. So with that play, Paragus and Ba get removed. The 2 Brolys lose 5k. So one's a 25 and one's a, I want to say a 4k. Yeah, because he's a 9k originally, I think. And then he's gonna go ahead and search for a Gogeta off of the Godly Auras. Again, though, he's tapped out, so you gotta be careful here. You definitely have to make sure that you can answer this board here, because if not, you're passing to your opponent tapped out with only 3 life in a red Broly deck, so it's kind of rough. But I think he could evolve the 8-drop Gogeta from set 11 on top of the 5-drop for free, which that card is nuts. I mean, when your opponent swings or when they play a battle, I think when they swing, you can neg something 20k, which I think is insane. That in combination with, obviously you can see the Jiren Unison and the Warp. That's insane. So he's going to go ahead and slap the Gogeta on the board. He's going to activate Strategies of Universe 7, which is a card that we got back in Tournament of Power. Basically what it does is you target a red Saiyan on the board, and it has barrier until the start of your next turn. So because Gogeta can't be KO'd, it essentially cannot be removed from the board now with any type of skills that would target and remove and send to warp. So it's a pretty good card to keep him on the board and make sure that he survives, because he has that built-in permanent of not being KO'd, but there's nothing that states he can't be sent to the warp. So now, because of strategies, he has barrier. So Kevin's going to respond to that attack with a Violent Raise. I'm sure he's choosing battle cards that are 20k or more, preventing them from attacking. Matt does still have his Leader Swing, which is going to draw him another card. But essentially, Kevin still has his ladder out there, so he can just go up into his ladder, and Matt's tapped out. So unless you're playing After Images or something that's a free negate or something like that, it's gonna come down to the combo step. And against Broly, tearing apart your hand, that's never a good situation to be in. So he's gonna swing with Gogeta, activate Battle, pitch a card, give him 5k and double strike. So he's sitting at 20k double. And I don't know where that attack went. Interesting. I can't really see too much here in this. I do apologize for the glare on Kevin's leader, but that is Broly VR, obviously. Kevin's going to start his turn by charging and attacking with this 30k critical Broly. And the one thing about Broly is that it does use its hand a lot. Like, you do lose a lot of resources from your hand, but the the payoff is that you're getting these huge bodies on board. So, you know, everything has its own balancing factor. Matt comboed out with the Whis super combo, reducing the power by 10k, so he just basically survives the attack. Um, Kev's going to swing with the 19k, Matt's going to combo out with 5, go to 20. Kevin's going to swap up into the 4. Let's see. I think Matt's in okay shape. If he's got enough cards to combo, if he's got enough cards to survive defensively, I think he's in okay shape here. So swing at Gogeta, 20k. Matt's going to take it and go down to 2. Now he's in Champa range, so you got to be super careful. Still has his leader swing. You still activate Vampa to get another card. So leader swing, 15k auto draw. Let's see if Matt's gonna negate. I don't think he can. I don't think he plays after images, so he can't spark me. Not that I would, go down to 1. But I think Kevin's trying to decide he's gonna combo up into the swing here. He's just gonna combo out. 25. Interesting. Kevin's gonna tap 1. Oh, never mind. He's gonna bump I think. Yeah, he's gonna bump take a life, top 5. He's gonna add the 1-drop Broly from set 11. He's just gonna go right into. He's gonna just go right into the 3-drop. Swing for 19k at lead. I think Matt's maybe got like 6 cards in his hand, so his hand's starting to get really light, starting to dwindle down, and Kevin's got 2 energy open. That's a lot for a swap deck. He's gonna go ahead and add another marker to Kale off the Unison. Matt's got a Warper card for Broly. It's another 20k swing. I mean, it's just a lot of pressure. Obviously, for those of you that play during Storm format, you know how much pressure swap decks can put on you with such little energy, which is what makes swap such a really good keyword, because you're essentially going up a cost ladder for less. So that's sitting at 20 right now. I don't know if Kevin's gonna combo. He's gonna swap. He's gonna go into another 4-drop. He's gonna overwhelm for Man on a Mission. That's Man on a Mission, 25k double crit. That's insane for free. Essentially, overwhelm 6, and as you can see, scoop phase. So Broly pulls it out. I mean, it's a great deck. I mean, don't get me wrong. In best of 1 or best of 3, it's a great deck. Kevin's a really good pilot. He's been playing the game for a long time now. Former Counter Club member. He's just a good player. I mean, obviously Broly that's his boy right there. So he's always gonna play some type of Broly strategy. But I definitely want to give credit to Matt for, trying to build something original, sticking to his guns, and definitely trying to throw his head against the wall and making sure it could stick and work. And
The mic cuts out sometimes.
that's pretty much it for round 1. I think we might be having some technical difficulties with the audio, so I'm gonna see if I can get that fixed for you guys. And we should be getting started with round 2 in a little bit. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to fix this for you to make sure that we're streaming with the best quality, audio, video, everything. I want to make sure everything's nice and buttoned up for you guys, because I do appreciate you guys taking time out of your day to be here with us today. I do apologize for my mask. It keeps sliding off of my face. But we're gonna go get these minor adjustments so we can make sure that we got the proper quality for you guys. I'm gonna step out. I'll be right back. And we'll get started with round 2 as soon as we can. Okay? Thanks. Where's your Yo. Apparently the audio cuts out. Check, check, check. Let me know, guys, in chat if the audio is better now. Let me see if I can. All right, let's see. It looks like I'm getting. It looks like I'm getting good audio here on the overlay here. So we should be okay now. So hopefully round 2 everything will be much better. So yeah, I was actually talking to Matt after his game, and I think the biggest mistake that he made in both games 1 and 2 was tapping out turn 3. That might be a little greedy, especially against Broly. Not only charging that third energy, but tapping out and just kind of saying, "I'm daring you to beat me right now." I mean, as you can see, it happened. So we talked about it after the game, and obviously he knows he made that mistake twice. But unfortunately, he kind of has to tap out to continue to go up his chain. So even though he's not doing a swap chain, which is much less efficient with energy, his Union Fusion plays need at least 3 energy. So it's kind of one of those things where do you advance your board state or do you try to not die? So, it's one of those catch 22s. Danny, hope you're feeling better, man. I wish you were here. As far as who won round 1, Kevin won 2-0 with Broly BR. So that's pretty much what happened round 1. I think there's about 5 minutes left in round 1 before round 2 starts. So we should be getting started again shortly with the next game, the next match, so to speak. I'm just trying to confirm to see if the audio is better now. That's my mistake. I wasn't using the mic round 1, which is definitely a rookie mistake on my part, so I do apologize for that. But if you guys can hear me now, let me know in the chat. Make sure everything's okay. We should be good to go. It says here your pre-rolls are off. I don't know why.
What's pre-roll?
What your ads? I tried running an ad break and it said pre-rolls were off for 16 minutes or 20 minutes. So I guess once the timer kicks down, it'll go back up.
If they let you run?
Yeah, I clicked it. I clicked this, and then this countdown started from 20 minutes. So I think you just have to wait for the timer to run out. So other than that, everything's fine. I mean, the audio was kind of crappy because I wasn't using the mic round one, but Danny just said it's fine now, so we should be good for round two. All right. Yeah, we'll get them. We'll get them for sure. Danny, thank you so much for that confirmation on the audio, brother. I really appreciate it. Okay. I'm going to go check on the rest of the participants in the tournament, and we should be back pretty soon with round two. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. We really do appreciate it. And we'll get you some more Dragon Ball Super action as soon as possible. Alright, so we should be back now. I'm just trying to get all this stuff a little more organized here for you guys. We have Eric and we have Jonathan. We have Vegito and we have Gotenks. This is round 2 of the Computer and Gaming Universe monthly 1K tournament. Let me know in chat if the audio is good. And we will get started. They're, going through the whole procedure of shuffling, life, all that other stuff. So we should be good to go. Oh, shoot. Jonathan. Eric. And we have Eric is playing Vegito. And Eric is playing Gotenks. Gotenks! One of the boogeymen of the format, in some people's opinion. So we're going to catch up here. Jonathan went first, charged an Oob, played a Rhoda, passed. Eric charged for turn with a Ribrianne. I do apologize for the glare. He swung with his leader. Jonathan blocked, awakened, and it looks like Eric is tapping for Tapion, which is one of the new Draft Box 6 cards. So I'm not exactly sure what he does. But I'm wondering now if Eric is playing the Herudigarn chain with the new Draft Box stuff. So he's going to pass third to Jonathan. Jonathan's going to charge a God Sealing Technique Trunks for 2 energy, swing with his leader, draw a card. I'm going to try to keep my mask on. I wish I could glue it to my face sometimes because it just keeps sliding off. Oh man, it's kind of obnoxious, but safety protocols are more important than anything right now, so we've got to make sure that we're keeping our masks on and practicing social distancing as best as we possibly can. So this is going to be a pretty fast-paced game. Jonathan and Eric have been playing the game for a very long time. So I'm going to try to keep up as best as I possibly can also, just to make sure that we don't run into any hiccups or anything like that on the stream. I do apologize for the slight delay that we might be having, but, it is what it is. Eric's going to tap 1 for the Golkuel. This is where you search your Grim Reaper half the time, if I'm not mistaken. Grim Reaper is just a solid card because you can play it for 2 energy on Union Fusion. You draw 2 cards, you pop something on your opponent's board, and when it dies, it can get your fusion materials back. So obviously Eric's going to go ahead and go through that entire interaction by tapping those 2 energies to not only play the Golkuel, but then go into the deck to search for the pieces. So when he, either next turn or when he can play it, he already has his fusion coming in, and he's going to start causing havoc. 25k dual attack is pretty good, especially on turn 2, turn 3. Draws you 2 cards, and then when it dies, it gets all the pieces back. Just a really good card. Jonathan's charging a Dimension Magic here for his 3rd energy. He's going to swing with his leader into the Tapion. $15k, auto draw. I like Vegito. I think he's a really good blue leader, especially because if something dies on your board, he could just awaken. I like leaders that can awaken really early, so I think that's really interesting. And blue is just a really strong color overall in the meta right now. So Jonathan's going to tap 2 for Saiyan Instincts, which is a blue staple, even though it's not blue. Pass turn. So we got 3 energy here. Obviously, we can kind of telegraph the... That glare is really bad. I do apologize. But we can kind of see the Grim Reaper play coming in. Let's just see when Eric decides to do it, for sequencing reasons. Let's see here. He's going to go ahead and tap 1 for Trunks, which is going to go ahead and search him a piece from the anniversary box. I believe that comes into play, if I'm not mistaken, off of the Trunks effect. So he's got 2 bodies on board. He does still have enough energy for the Grim Reaper play if he wants to do that. Just has to have enough materials in hand. So he's going to swing with the Goten Trunks 15. Jonathan's just going to combo Saiyan Instincts to get him into the drop area. He's going to bounce back the Anniversary Box to his hand, which is really good. Obviously, his leader is Gotenk, so he can do that. Present a cut. Let's see. Is Grim Reaper coming down this turn? He doesn't have a Unison on board, so he really can't awaken. But then again, I don't know if that's something that he wants to do. Swing lead. Auto draw. 10k. Is he going to combo up on this swing? It's just insane to me, Vegito awakening with 8 life. And then just playing defense the entire game, whether it's sparking or just using your life as a resource, I think is crazy strong. So that's Dr. Giro super combo. So his leader's sitting at 20, and then when you activate Dr. Giro, you get to send a card from your deck to your drop area, which obviously he put the Saiyan Instincts in there for more draw power. It looks like Jonathan took the 2 damage, one from Tapion and one from lead. Obviously, he has enough life to be able to do that. So here comes the Grim Reaper play. 25k, deflect, dual attack, Union Fusion for 2, draw 2 cards, pop something, and then when you use the materials, they do, I don't know if the Gotenks does anything, but when you use the Trunks as material, he looks at top 7 for a Unison card. But he elected to go Anniversary Box and Goten from set 11 for material. But 25k dual attack, it's ridiculous. So Jonathan's just going to take those 2 lives off of Grim Reaper, and Eric's going to pass. So here comes energy number 4 for Vegito. Charges the Golden Avenger Ape counterplay from set 11. Let's see here. He's going to go ahead and swing at Tapion, it looks like. He's just kind of deciding whether or not. I think Eric's sitting at 7 life, so he does still have a ways to go. Jonathan's going to auto draw off the leader swing. I need to get like a piece of tape or something and just like hook it on here. This is getting a little bit ridiculous. Another Saiyan Instincts for 2. It's just a good card. I mean, I'm glad it got another reprint, or it's seeing another wave in the event packs, especially now during like shop championships and stuff, but just a really good card. Tap 1 for Dr. Rhoda. 1-drop blocker that when he dies, he draws you a card off of the leader and then untaps 1, and then Vegito will untap 1. So essentially you play him for more than free. And I think it's Eric's turn. Or maybe Jonathan might be deciding to pass. Yeah, Eric's going to charge and sells Earth Destroying Kamehameha. Go to 4. It's a lot of energy for Gotenks, especially because Grim Reaper plays are so cheap. He can now, he get Grim Reaper and Saiyan Instincts in this turn, which is insane. He's drawing 4 cards. And then his leader swing is another card. If somehow he could awaken this turn, he's just going to get so much value. Rhoda's going to block, obviously. 25k. There should be no combos on that. So he's going to untap 2 and draw for Rhoda. Another 25k dual attack into Vegito. Dimension Magic. Yep. Still got 4 energy open, not awakened. It's a lot. It's a lot he can still do. But blue is just inherently defensive color. So I'm pretty sure, these decks have been tested thoroughly. They probably played the matchup a couple times. So if it were me, I'd be okay. I'd be comfortable with 4 life in blue, especially with all my energy open. So yeah, Heroic Prospect, blue staple right now. Counterattack, play free body, play the body. He's got to play it for 3 though, because he doesn't have a Unison out. But still, it's just a really good card. It gives you a body on board for a counter skill. Eric does get to draw off of the leader's swing, though, adding more cards to his hand. As you can see, he did tap for Saiyan Instincts before, so he drew a lot of cards this turn. He's going to play another Grim Reaper. Oh my god. Okay. So that's going to get rid of the Heroic Prospect. I can't tell if he's using the Trunks material from set 11. Oh, I guess we'll tell right now. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. He used the Trunks material, so he gets to look at top 7 for a green Unison card and add to hand, which is... It's so efficient, you know? It's just a good time. Being able to just get advantage or get pluses off of cards that proc in different areas, like, it's just good. Gotenks is solid. Tapion to leader, 15 to 15. I wonder where his Unison is, or if he even plays a Unison at this point. Normally, like the Gotenks lists or the Gotenks decks that I've seen, they usually want to get their Unison down turn 2 so they can awaken. But this has not happened as of yet. So, let's see. Okay. He's going to go ahead and combo out of that Tapion swing. He's going to combo with the God Ceiling, so he's at 20. Tapion's at 15. And that's going to be turn. He's going to keep his Goten. He's going to keep his Gotenks inactive. He's not going to waste that second attack. He's tapped out, and he probably doesn't want to lose it if he feels like Jonathan's going to come on the crackback and just clear his entire board here. Turn 5 is a lot of energy for blue. So we'll see exactly what happens. He's going to swing with lead draw, auto draw. Sitting at 5 untapped blue. Eric's finally going to go down to 6 life. That's just crazy. It's crazy. A lot of these decks now, like in set 11, in the new formats, they stay at high life totals unless you're like aggroing it down and you're using your life as another resource. But like Gotenks stays high, Vegito stays high, you know, Vegex stays high like super early. Like it's crazy. Zeno Unison, okay. Zeno Unison for. Did he not tap energy for Zeno, or did he untap? What's going on? There's no energy tapped for Zeno. Okay, so tap 2 for Zeno, and then uptick. Uptick to ramp. Okay, so we're good. So sitting at 4 markers. So we got lead 9k. Alright. That's a big boy coming in for 9k there. Let's see. I don't think Eric negated that, or I don't think he attempted a counter either. So he's sitting at 9. He's gonna have to combo up to try to do damage. So he's a shocking death ball sparking. He's gonna go to 5. He's gonna go to 5 or 4. I think it's 5. He's gonna sparking negate that. Here comes the Obuni. Tap 4. Bring out 3 tokens. Auto. Look at the top card of your opponent's deck. If it's a battle card, you get to restand an energy at the start of your opponent's main phase, so it's really good because you're playing Obuni for 3, and then you get the 3 tokens on the board. So he's gonna swing with 1 into Gotenks, 15 to 15. Gotenks is gonna awaken, draw 1 on tap 1, sitting at 15. Just needs 5k to combo out. I like the Gotenks on the backside. I like the pay a green, remove a marker from an opponent's Unison. I really do like that skill. I think it's going to have a lot of applications moving forward as we get more and more Unisons and it just becomes a norm in the game. But I also like that he has the versatility of tapping that 1 energy to interact with your opponent's Unisons or to get more tokens on the board and, you know, go wide, so to speak. The tokens do come in rest, but, you know, it's kind of forcing your opponent to either clear the tokens or just let them, you know, swing later on as the turns progress. So Dormant Potential is huge because it clears all the tokens. Discarding a green card, as you can see, he got rid of the Unison. And now he can only swing once more, which is fine. He only has one more swing, but getting rid of those 3 tokens was huge. So Obuni's going to go in for 20. Yeah. Just tapping the 1 energy for Dormant because he didn't have a Unison on board to free play it. Just fine. He got the energy back from Awakening. Everything's fine. But he's sitting at 20 on Obuni here to 15 lead. So I think he takes the damage. So Eric's at 3. Pass turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He untapped the energy with the Obuni skill. So we're good. We're off to the races here. Gotenks is going to charge 5 energy. That's a lot for green. Because now, I mean, it's probably not practical, but you could hardcast Charismatic Villain if you need to. It's going to charge another... Oh. He was going to charge a Cell's Kamehameha, but he elects not to. Looks like he's charging... I can't really tell what that is and because of the glare. It looks like a... Yeah, it's a Shocking Death Ball. So he's going to go ahead and finally play his Unison. That's insane. Okay. So he's playing Vegito for 2, giving him 2 markers. Vegito is a great Unison. Obviously, it gives you value when you activate Union Fusion by drawing a card. He does give your battle cards Revenge when he upticks. And his -7 is huge. I mean, rip 3 cards out of your opponent's hand and crit 1 of their lives. That's pretty insane. You have to look through their lives and do that. So Eric's going to swing with Reaper. 25. Jonathan's going to Bean. Zamasu Super Combo. Oh, that's just so deadly. Zamasu Super Combo to tap the... Zamasu Super Combo to tap the other Gotenks. Arrival, Goku hit. Eric's going to respond with Charismatic, and then Jonathan's going to respond with God Sealing. That's where we're at right now in this game with the crazy interactions on turns, like just counterplay, Arrival, stuff like that. It's pretty crazy. That was a really good play. With that Zamasu Super Combo tapping down the other Reaper. And here comes another Grim Reaper. Yikes. Okay. Union Fusion for 2, draw 2. This is essentially 3 more swings with just Grim Reapers. He's going to go ahead and pop Goku hit off the Grim Reaper. Going to proc Vegito, untap draw. That's fine though, he's just getting rid of a blocker. So he's got 3 swings on Gotenks. He's got a Unison swing, a Leader swing, and a Tapion swing. Crazy. And here comes another Heroic Prospect for 1, negating the attack. Obviously, because the Unison is played, he gets to play for cheaper, which is great. So I see Danny in the chat asking me if I like Vegito or Soul Striker more. I think they do different things. I like, personally, Vegito more because he could awaken early and stay at 8 life for as long as he decides he wants to. But Soul Striker is definitely a strong deck. Untapping energy is always been super strong in this game because that energy is going to, propel you forward and either put more threats on board or have, answers defensively. So I hope that answers your question, Danny. I prefer Vegito, but I could definitely see why Soul Striker is so heavily represented in the meta right now. So Eric's going to warp for... Is that Secret Identity? Yeah, Secret Identity Mass Saiyan. That's a stamped Secret Identity Mass Saiyan. That's really nice. At least that's what it looks like. I can't really tell. It looks like Secret Identity Mass Saiyan. The glare is so bad. I'm going to have to address that before we get into round 3. That glare is kind of hard, but it definitely... Yeah, that's Secret Identity Mass Saiyan. So he got rid of the Obuni off of that. He's comboing Saiyan Instincts on his Leader swing. So he's sitting at 20. I think now you gotta just try to kill your opponent. So that's 25 because of the bean. And now he has another Saiyan Instincts and drop for 2 energy. He can draw 2 more cards. He still has 2 Gotenks. He still has 3 Gotenk swings. His Unison, and now he's got. Well, I guess he's comboing that out. Instead, swinging 20. Combo the Abuni for 25. I'm surprised he decided to combo the Secret Identity Massane and not attack with him. He probably just wants them in drop just to have more cards in the drop area to be able to do some type of an activation for something. Because he already overwhelmed this turn, so you can't overwhelm again. But him probably being in the drop area is more beneficial than him being in the warp at this point. So, oof, yikes. Okay, Cell Zeno coming in. He's going to rip 4 cards out of your opponent's hand. 1, 2, 3. 3 cards. He's got Quad Strike. That's my mistake. So he's ripping out 3 cards, and he's got Quad Strike here. Swing. Any response? Any response? Is he super combo? Looks like he's putting a max power at the bottom. He's just scooping. I think Jonathan's it's just showing like I had you, no problem. Let's go to game 2. Cell Zeno is so vicious. Like and how easily you can go into a successor for 12 because with 2 obviously 2 Grim Reapers just gets it done for you, right? That's insane. Probably you can make the argument that he's the best secret rare in the game. Obviously, just the playability that he has and how easily Gotenks can put him down. I mean, essentially, if everything goes right, you can have him out as early as turn 3, if you think about it. If you can resolve a Grim Reaper on 2, and then you can resolve another Grim Reaper on 3, you can have him out turn 3, because that's 12 right there. And you just drew 4 cards in doing so. Pretty crazy. I do like Eric's lines of plays, though. I don't know if he just decided on purpose to play his Unison late, or that's just how his draws were, but I definitely like those lines of plays and not relying so much on Awakening early. I think the problem I had with Gotenks when I tried playing it is it felt super linear to me. Like, I felt like you had to play Goku on 1, you had to play Vegito on 2, Awaken, and then you had to burn that energy for Grim Reaper. But Eric just obviously played... I mean, obviously Eric's a phenomenal player, so I'm not going to argue with his choices. But, you know, definitely seeing it play out is really, really interesting to see. But green's just not my style. I don't know. I'm just not good with green. Yeah, Danny, I see you in the chat again with Apex. It's it is what it is, man. I mean, those cards are expensive. They're good. And I'm assuming you're talking about the secret rare Victory Strike Apex for Invoker. Let me know if I'm wrong. Obviously, we're doing best of 3, so they're going into side here. But they're pretty good on time. I mean, I think should be a good amount of time left in the round. And we're going into game 2. You know, for being for playing against blue, you know, where they're primarily going to be defensive, that didn't really take much longer than I thought it would. I mean, it didn't take as long as I thought it would. You know, blue is just really good at turtling out and just surviving. But I think once you get that Cell Zeno on the board, it does become a bit overwhelming for your opponent. So, just going to be finishing up side here and getting to game 3. Yeah, I see Danny in the chat again. He's super active in the chat, man. I really appreciate it. Obviously, I know you probably don't have much to do right now, so I definitely appreciate you sharing your Saturday with us. But yeah, I mean, cards like that, you know, Victory Strike, it's a Goku, it's a Vegeta. I mean, popular characters, those guys are always going to command a high price tag just because of how hard it is to get your hands on it. I mean, look, if you're looking at the OG Victory Strike Awakened Power, That's a card's worth a lot of money, and it's impossible to get your hands on Tournament of Power product. So that's just the way it is. I mean, Dragon Ball has a really good nostalgia factor with not only the members of the card game community, but people who enjoy the anime and the manga. There's always going to be some type of, collector's bug that people are going to try to, have stuff in their collection, just like what's happening with Pokemon right now. Um, we're getting that resurgence of Pokemon collecting with all these expensive cards that are being cracked open, like Charizards and stuff like that. So I think Dragon Ball is going to be up there at some point, just with nostalgia. Um, it's good for the game. I definitely think it's good for the game. All right, so I'm assuming Jonathan's going to go first here because he did drop game one, and I think that's fine. I think Vegito wants to go first, but at the same time, I think Gotenks also wants to go second because he wants to start swinging. Just pull Awakened Power like me. Yeah, yeah. If we're lucky enough to pull it, if you if you can find booster packs or boxes. I mean, if you pulled it when Tournament of Power first came out, yeah, that's obviously awesome. But I'm talking about right now in 2020, it's impossible to get Tournament of Power product. And even if you were to find it somewhere, it's hella bread, as they say. Um, so yeah, Jonathan starts with the Rhoda play, which is super good turn one play. Oob is obviously really good too. Rhoda just probably gets you a little more value, I think, because he untaps himself. So you get the. I mean, I guess it's the same. It's interchangeable. Oob, it's just a one drop blocker, and so is Rhoda. And if he dies on your turn one, you're not really getting anything out of it. I mean, yeah, you do get that energy back, but on turn one, are you really going to utilize that energy? So this is what I'm talking about. This is what I like about Vegito. It's just now he's awakened, so he can threat pretty much whenever he wants, being a 15k attacker, and he's going to draw cards every time he turns sideways. And he's got 8 life, so he can kind of pick and choose what life he takes, what life he decides to defend. You're kind of using your life as another resource to extend your board state, but also try to maintain hand advantage against your opponent. Obviously, you can see the way Eric is playing the deck. He does draw a crap ton of cards with not only Grim Reaper but Saiyan Instincts. So you definitely want to try to stay, as equal in hand advantage as you possibly can. It might be a little difficult, but we'll see what happens. $5 entry pack, pull the secret rare victory strike. That's crazy, man. You just have godlike luck. And congratulations, that's pretty dope. You're sitting on like a what, $700 card right now? That's pretty insane. All right, so let's see. Jonathan's still at 8. I know Eric did his his anniversary box play. Ooh, Zeno flipping a non-blue energy. That sucks. Oh man, that sucks. And Haru Haru is such a good side deck choice against green because even if they respond to it with a counterplay, it doesn't shut off the auto. So like even Charismatic Villain, she's still gonna untap 4 energy when she comes in. Yeah, you'll lose the battle card, but you're still gonna untap 4 energy, and you just baited their Charismatic Villain. So Haru Haru to me is a side deck staple. I just think it's super good. All right, so we got the Vegito on 2, which is great. That's what you want to do. Awaken, untap 1, draw 1. Good. I can start getting all these pluses. Not only is Reaper going to draw him 2, but every time he activates Union Fusion with his with his Unison out there, he's also going to draw a card. So it's just really good. It's really strong. Auto draw. Go in that lead. So Jonathan just takes those 2 life pretty easily. It doesn't seem like there's much resistance there. Let's see. Anything else? What's he using that energy for? Oh, he's probably using the energy to take marker off of Zeno, I think. I don't see anything else coming into the board. Does have a good size hand. But yeah, it looks like Eric decided to burn the energy to remove a marker from Zeno. Probably just to make him easier to deal with and not go up to 5 markers so quickly and nuke the board. Because that's that's Zeno's like other effect. -5, nuke the board, ignoring barriers. Pretty insane. So he's going to go ahead and charge a Zeno. He's going to go ahead and ramp. Oof. That sucks too. Oh my god, that's just so unlucky. Hitting a multicolor off of Zeno, he still has energy exhaust. It still has to come in tapped. And you just kind of just lose that energy. Ooh, that's just rough. That's rough. But this is how the cookie crumbles. Vegito into leader? Or Vegito into leader auto draw. That sucks that he can't use that energy for anything. He's going to lose it at the end of the turn. Maybe Bean? Okay, tap 3 for Haru Haru, untap 4. Response? Is he going to charismatic here? No, I don't think so. I wonder if he's going to use the auto to burst 2. I feel like nobody ever bursts 2 off the auto, yeah. He's going to charismatic to get that attacker off the board because she's still a 15k crit. But he does get the energy back, so if he wants to utilize this energy right... Oh, yeah, that's huge. Okay. Play Obuni. Yeah, that's huge. That's big. That was a really good play. That was a really good play. He's going to lose the Goku hit at the end of the turn anyway, so being able to utilize it now to cheat out an Obuni earlier is just so good. And then if he hits a battle card off top of deck, obviously he's going to untap on his opponent's main phase. And then obviously, you know, this is 15k. Oh, dormant. Yep. Dormant for free. Discard a card. Pop all the tokens, and there's that. That's it. There's that. He doesn't have to discard a card off of dormant. He can still activate dormant without pitching a card, but his opponent will just continue to attack. So obviously, if your goal is just to get rid of the tokens, then you might just hold on to that card, unless you had, good drop fodder like what's it called? Like say an Instincts or Ribrianne. That's probably stuff that you would pitch with dormant just to have it there. Yeah, so a little confusion on the energy on tap there, but everything is all corrected now. He should be sitting at 3 with Goku hit in the drop because that's the energy that Zeno did ramp. So we're right where we need to be. Gotenks is at 3 energy here. You definitely want to get Grim Reaper down because it's going to draw you 3 cards, and he's using the Trunks as a material, so now he gets the Scry Top 7. So essentially, he has a potential of adding. He has a potential of adding 2, 3, 4 cards to hand this turn. And because there's no tokens on the board, he can easily deal with Obuni, and that's just how it is. I mean, Obuni's really good, especially when the tokens are out. But if he doesn't have tokens out, he can't do anything as far as barrier is concerned. But Vegito does get the untap when Obuni dies, so at least there's some merit to it. 25k. Nope. Leader swing. Nope. Charismatic into Zeno. Okay, that makes perfect sense. He's going to go down to... He should probably be at 5 now. You can't leave him at 5, for sure. Because next turn, he's just going to rip it off and just get rid of your entire board. Yeah. So, leader into Zeno. Go down to 4. Gotenks. Where's Gotenks going? Gotenks could probably safely go into lead here. Because now that you got Zeno under 5, he can't -5 without plussing first. So, I think you're okay. We don't really have a lot of cards in the game yet that just add markers. So, getting Zeno under 5 and just allowing him to ramp is totally fine in my opinion. I'm commentating your game.
No, not my twins game.
Oh. You know what? Sometimes I forget that you guys are twins. So, I forget that there's 2 of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special guest in the booth with us right now. The other half of the Hill Twins. Where's the other headset?
Yikes, this is rough.
Yeah.
6 life on Vegito, and we have what looks like to be 4 life on Gotenks. So it seems like Eric is having a pretty aggressive turn. Did he turn? He turned sideways with the freezes to go ahead and pressure the Unison, right?
Yeah. He got this. He got Zeno down under 5 so that Jonathan can't crack him back next turn.
Yes.
Yeah.
And not only that, normally Gotenks won't have an issue with like the Unison because of the fact that it's not a huge issue, right?
Yeah.
But this particular Unison can get rid of his board,
Yeah.
which would be bad because at this point you want to keep the disparity between you and obviously Jonathan at an all-time high, right? Jonathan has to deal with this. Jonathan has to have cards like Trunks, Heroics, Prospect, etc. So losing his Unison is really bad because one, it makes it so that now he needs to have it. And on top of that, the additional energy a turn is something that you want to address. And that's something that he says, okay, hey, you charge the Unison. You need to catch another one in order to be back in the game. If not, I'm going to be able to turn my board against you.
Yeah, for sure.
Regardless.
For sure.
There was nothing necessarily lost from that. Eric has to be careful, however, because he is at 4 life, and, you know, Vegito does have 6 life, so he's still in a pretty decent spot. Eric's not focusing a lot on hand control, but this puts Johnny in a position to where if he has something like Baby Hatch, he'll be able to absorb a lot of damage and then potentially kill him through the dormant if Eric is tapped out, etc. And he doesn't have the shocking death ball, right? Because he can definitely swing and then go ahead and go in with the Unison.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the first Ribrianne he's actually dumped into the drop area of this game. So
drops in Obuni, that's pretty interesting because of the fact that obviously you're playing against dormant. But
this is his second one. This is his second one.
That was okay. So obviously it didn't matter. The real sequencing didn't matter unless of course he had another battle card.
For sure.
And in that situation you wouldn't have attacked with the token. And I think he has to go towards that Unison. His Unison is at 7 life. This is going to shred Johnny's hand. Johnny has to address the Unison.
Yeah, you can't let Vegito minus 7.
You have to respect the Unison in this match.
For sure.
Especially, and that's the worst part about it, is that green is, even though Gotenks is not a hand control deck, because it's green in general, it's inherently hand control.
Yeah, of course.
Right? And against blue, this is something that you just want to do. You want to kill their board, dwindle their resources, and then obviously, hit them for life. So awakening early is great, but it's not really all that effective if you can't really generate the advantage that you need to generate.
Yeah, for sure. Early. Yeah, I mean, obviously they're playing 2 different strategies. Jonathan's inherently going to be more defensive, and Eric's going to want to put stuff on board.
Yes.
These Vegetas right here are going to hurt big time.
This has to be game 2. Right?
Yeah, this is definitely game 2.
Yeah, okay, because Eric sideboards these Vegetas, and all these cards are strong, but against blue, and blue's going to really, really start to feel the effect of these cards. It's really, really, really going to start to fill these cards.
For sure.
He can't do anything. So he didn't trigger the Abuni, or did he whiff? He may have not triggered the Abuni, which would have been really, really good at least.
Yeah, but I mean, he might have whiffed on the Obuni. I didn't really catch that. But if he loses Obuni here anyway, he's going to untap on Vegito's skills. So he's still going to get something.
There's absolutely no need for Eric to attack into Obuni at this point. Eric just turns the entire board towards leader now, right?
Yep.
There's just really no need to do this. His Unison is okay, so that's interesting. So he does go ahead and attack that. His Unison, and that's
no, he didn't. He popped him with another Grim Reaper.
Oh snap! Okay, so look, wow.
Yeah, so this is just
a lot of damage this turn.
Yeah, this is just all just. Yeah. That's it.
He got the third one, bro. What's going on? No, did he pull the he had to pull it off of the fusion? No.
Probably.
That's ridiculous.
Ooh, hitting a Zamasu.
3 cards from his hand. That's really, really rough.
Yikes. And he's burning a super combo out of his life, so he's not gonna draw into it.
Good because if he had the super combo, he can at least deal with one of the.
Sure, for sure. Yeah, that's kind of rough. And D-Magic kind of kills you right now if you're Jonathan, because he's got 2 Vegetas on board, so that's double the trouble.
Yeah, so D-Magic at max is just, hey, I get to tap out, or at max, I can Sparking. But with all these single strikes, there's no need to Spark it.
Yeah.
You trade 1 for 1, it just doesn't make any sense. He's tapped out, you're not
a
double strike.
Yep. I mean, Jonathan's he's still sitting at 4 life, but you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 swings.
Bean was a very good pull, but we still need more. We still need more. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe we might see a Mafuba. If we
Maybe.
Mafuba, let's Mafuba on the second attack. This is interesting. So now Bean is a really really strong card for Johnny right now. It's definitely gonna absorb some of that. Eric has to combo. He does have combo power, but he does have to combo. And now these two freezers, they're a little bit.
For sure.
Less good now.
You have to commit more into
exactly.
it.
Because without the Bean, he can go swing with this attacker, combo the 5K, and he just have a slew of attacks.
Mm-hmm. For sure. This is interesting. Oof, he's going down to 2.
Damage.
Okay.
He didn't have a 5K. You can't do that.
Oh.
Really? Oh, he doesn't. Wait.
Is he scooping? He's scooping. That's it.
No, but you have the Mafuba. Oh, okay. Well, okay. He can't do anything, right? He can't do anything because what? Yeah. What would have happened was that.
I mean, he could Mafuba the second Gotenks.
He still has 2 more attackers,
and he has.
If he was able to defend that damage, then sure, the second Gotenks in Mafubas. Now we're seeing that 2, and on a Bean, Eric now has to ask, "Hey, can I push?" Even though we did see cards. So
yeah.
This is game 2.
That's it.
This is 2-0.
It's 2-0. Yeah. Okay. Eric took game 1, so that's pretty much it.
That's kind of the way the pendulum is going to swing in a matchup between green and blue. Your Trunks Godsend Techniques, which is probably the best card in your deck, is now one of the worst cards in your deck in this matchup. I mean, it's still good against the counterplay Freezer, but it denies the inevitable.
Yeah.
It's also good against I do like it against the Fuse Zamasu because they have to pay the cost for the pseudo successor.
Yep.
And you will go bouncing back. So he got rid of a card, and now he lost his target to play. So he would have to recoup on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much the way the match is going to go in this particular situation. Losing the Unison was really bad because of the fact that it literally took away a lot of his threat perception, right? So last turn, Unison was a huge blocker. So that puts us in the mind of Eric. He says, hey, I have to remove this Unison because, one, this Unison is going to be able to challenge my Unison. I'm just going to swing. I have to negate. If I can't negate, I'm losing 3 markers on my Unison. Which means now he doesn't have to worry about this for another 2 turns. I mean, that's not something Eric wanted. So Eric could have turned all that damage against him the turn before, but it was smarter to have his Unison absorb that so that you don't have to deal with that. And that means that now your Unison, which is the Goku, he's able to use his effect successfully. And so that's the point. And then Johnny's board being so low, Johnny really can't pressure that away to keep those cards in his hand and the extra life. Him losing the super combo was also
that was rough. And I think the problem with Vegito in this specific matchup, Gotenks goes wide super early. Vegito needs to get to the late game, so they're playing weenies and blockers early to try to push out bigger bombs and bigger threats. But while all that is happening, Gotenks is just building, and then drawing. I mean, your brother's playing Saiyan Instincts, he's playing Grim Reaper, so he's drawing a ton of cards. With his Unison on board, every time he activates Union, he's going to draw another card. So he's just going to constantly filter. And
what's more, Frieza, charismatic villain, it's really rough in this matchup as well because he wants to be able to drop stuff like Oob. He wants to be able to drop stuff like Rhoda and at least have those cards sit. But he has to really, really sequence now. And that's funny because against yellow and then obviously green, these are the decks that you're really, really going to have to sequence optimally against, right?
Sure.
When you play against yellow, hey, I'm playing against Zamasu. I don't want to be bad. I have to make sure that I'm making the best absolute swing because I know that that's vulnerable. And a lot of times, see, when you're playing the game, there's 100% out of every hand you have and out of every hand your opponent has, there's absolute law of the universe that there is a 100% best way to proceed with your turn. You might not know it, your opponent might not know it, but the absolute law of the universe is that there is an absolute mathematical best way to proceed with your turn,
of course,
based on the information that you do not have.
Yep.
And so at this point, when you're playing against these leaders, you automatically have to divert from that. So even if you could achieve 100% of the most optimal play when you're playing against green or when you're playing against yellow, you're going to have to tone that down. You're going to have to take 70% instead of 100, and you have to put 30% to the side and say, hey, you know what, I really want to attack with this card first, but if I run into that, I'm going to lose this. I really want to drop these cards first and draw and see what I get, and then make a decision on how to proceed with my turn. But if I do that and I get dormanted, now I lose my blockers, and I get no value off of them being killed on your turn, on my turn. So it's a really, the way these two, just in general, without even have to see the deck, the way these two colors really force you to play the game, it's really difficult. And both players were kind of issuing that against each other. As you've seen, Eric, which would seem very unoptimal, swinging into the leader, into the Unison. It's like, well, but that's how you have to. So
Yeah, I mean, Eric played a great game, so he's probably getting into round 3 now, being 2-0, which is great. How did you do in your game this round?
I won. I got 2-0.
So you're 2-0 too? All right, so I'm going to pause the stream now. I'm actually going to go get something to eat because I'm freaking starving. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. For those of you watching, we'll be back with round 3.
Guys, if you, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
If you have not done so already, go ahead and shoot this stream follow. That way you get updated and notified on all the recent streams. And also, if you guys have it, a Twitch sub, that'd be awesome as well to support the channel. Okay?
All right, man. Thanks. Good luck to you in your future rounds. All right, so you heard it from the other Hiltzwin himself. I mean, obviously these guys are brothers. They probably play a lot together. They test a lot together. So if anybody knows Eric's strategies better than he does, it's probably going to be his testing partner, which is his brother. So really do appreciate the insight there. As you can see, that was a 2-0 for Eric and GoTanks, and we're going to check on the other players in the tournament, see how they're doing, make sure nobody's going into time or going past turn procedure. And after that, we'll get started with round 3 as soon as possible. So hopefully you guys stick around for that. We really do appreciate all the support here for the Computer and Gaming Universe 1K. Just stay tuned for round 3. All right. Check. All right, so we're back with round 3. We've got Joseph and Jose. I'm going to update all the tiles and stuff in a second here. I just wanted to make sure that we got everything in here. So we have a Vegex from Joseph. And we have a Majin Vegeta from Jose. Joseph. Okay. This is round 3. All right, so let's catch up here. It looks like. Let me just get this fucking chair out of my way. Sorry for my language there. Okay. Looks like Joseph started. It looks like, I'm sorry. It's like Jose started, got his ball out, took a life off of the leader skill. Or actually, he took a life from damage. And, okay, now it's Joseph's turn. Alright, so yeah, Vegex right out of the gate. He hit two time mages and a unison off the burst. That's insane. So this is gonna be a lot of turning sideways, I think. Overwhelm for Elite Descendant, yeah, that's staple standard play in Vegex. Now, is he gonna be playing the Splintering Mind combo with the Allied Reinforcements? Yeah. Okay, so Allied Reinforcements into Splintering Mind. That's definitely a top tier Vegex build. I personally enjoy Vegex more as like a mid-range, not focused so much on Overwhelm type deck. I like the fact of being able to burst my threats into play and also never really have too much of an Overwhelm strategy to keep my warp filled, because obviously your leader doesn't activate if you don't have a drop area, right? When you have the Sparking 20 on the Awakened side. But that's just me. I'm not a good Vegex player, so I don't even think that's a valid opinion. So right away, Jose's down to 5 life. He is in Awakening range with only 1 energy, but it's pretty volatile. I mean, now he's going down to 4. He's got his ball filled up, so he'll be able to go into his Boo, I think, next turn. But this is pretty vicious. I mean, Time Age of Vegeta. You got the blocker on board. He's got the Kai on board. He's got his Unison on board. He's at 8 life. So it's going to be interesting to see how Jose tries to navigate around this onslaught of Time Agents. But he is going to go ahead and charge and then activate the Quickening, so he can go ahead and go into his deck for a Boo. Let's see which one he decides to grab. You do have a lot of options. Obviously, when the expansion set comes out the next 2 weeks, you'll have another option. But he's going to go ahead and get the Boo that removes a marker from a Unison. You have that option. You have the option of going into the Boo that destroys a card on the board. And you have the option of the Boo that has barrier, or deflect, or whichever other Boo there is, to make sure that there's no interaction with your opponent's counterplays and stuff like that. So this Boo is going to turn sideways. He's going to go ahead and... Who is he attacking, though? I think he's attacking... Is he attacking Unison? I think it's important to try to get the Unison off the board. But he's going at life. Okay. So he's going at life. He's going to go ahead and activate the 1-drop Vegeta from the tournament packs, which is really good because he's a servant. So you can put him at the bottom of the deck to draw, and then you could play him again for 1 green. But Jose does have to take a life for this skill, I believe. So that's interesting. That was only 5k. Did he combo up? I'm so confused. Maybe he doesn't have to take a life for that skill. Oh, because he's a servant, so he's a 15k. Duh. I'm so stupid. Yeah, so 15 to 10. He took the life. Vegex is down to 6. Jose's activating the Darkstar Dragon Ball to go up into the Xenoverse Majin Buu, which is I think he has barrier. But this just allows you to go up into the chain into your the big boy, the dual attack double strike the dual attacker. Yep, there he is. For 1 energy, you go into this guy. The dual attacker, 25k, puts a lot of pressure, and you can get him out turn 2. Obviously, Vegeta is now going to awaken and then be able to untap those 2 energies, so you essentially played it for free. Dual attack double strike is no joke. Putting Vegex down to 4 early is super insane. That deck usually has a really good lifespan. I do apologize for the glare. Again, I was trying to address that coming into this round, but for some reason the way the camera angle is, it's just picking up the glare on this player's side. But that is a super combo. As you see, he draws 2. He combos Haru Haru and Evil Incarnate Boo to survive. Awaken, untap 2. Oh, wait, hold on. He's going to do something else before he awakens, I guess? Yeah. Overlord, Servant, put it at the bottom. Awaken, untap 2. That's fair. Ooh, Awaken Instincts. Draw 2, pitch 1. Does he have the Godly Majesty combo? That would be sick. Okay. If he had Godly Majesty there, that would have been another swing. This card is busted. This was from the original anniversary box that we got a couple of years ago with the Toa leader. Card's just so good. Sees so much play. It's just a really good card. 20k, Overwhelm, draw 2, pitch 1. Such a great card. Good pressure, too. So he goes into... Is he going into lead? Or I think... Yeah, he's going into lead. So this is going to be... I think it's lead. Not exactly sure where his attack target is. But that's a mission accomplished. That's a allied reinforcement. And that's a Haru Haru. So that would be... If it was lead, that would be 25. Which is exactly what I think he did. He's activating his leader skill, taking a life, giving his leader 5k and double strike. So where are you going now with this swing? Let's see. Majin Vegeta, I think, is super cool. I think it's really cool that he could be played aggro and mid-range. I think it just takes a really good pilot to do that. And as you can see, Jose, both players are 2-0 going into round 3, so Jose clearly knows what he's doing. He's got Vegex down to 2 life on turn 2. He's got all his energy open. Joseph still has his time patrol blocker with Trunks, and he still has the Kai on board. But Jose elects to pass, leaving his 2 green energy open, probably for defense, and see where Joseph decides to go with his plays here. He's going to go ahead and charge a Time Agent Vegeta, sitting at 2. Allied Reinforcements is a 20k? Yeah, 20k into leader, Dormant Potential. He's going to tap 1, pitch a card. Pop the Kai, very smart. And now Joseph can only attack once more for the rest of the turn, which is huge. Because he won't be able to get aggroed down. But he is giving him double strike here. So that's 20, 35, double. Let's see if there's anything else. 20, 30, 40, 45. Super combo. Draw 2. So he's sitting at 45 double strike right now. Which would put Jose down to 1. Earth Cells Kamehameha, discard a card. So that's what? 15, that's 30. That's 30. That's 40, super combo. Bottom deck, draw 2, so that's 40. He's at 20, 30, 45. So he needs 10 more. 15, 30, 40. He needs 10 more. He needs to go to 50. So he's at 15, 30, 40. He needs 50. There it is, 50. Bottom deck, draw 2. I like the bottom deck super combos with Majin Vegeta because you could put down your servants and then for 1 play them with your Vegeta, which I think is awesome. I just think in general these super combos are really good, but the fact that you get that extra interaction with the Majin Vegeta leader, I think is really cool. So Vegex is going to go ahead and burst 5 to draw. He gets a Time Agent in play. I think you awaken here and do it again, right? Because you can only swing once more, so you awaken, draw 1, untap 1, draw a card, mill 5. You can only swing once more. So now you have to make the decision. Your opponent is at... You're not going to do 3 damage, right? So do you go after this 25k body here on the board? You can easily do it if he goes into... If he goes all in on his Unison here, he can easily do it because that's going to give him double strike. And then Maybe not. Because you're not going to be able to get big enough because you can't -4 here. He has the uptick to get 10k. Yeah, uptick. He's got to get 10k out of this here. So right now, Gotenks Unison is sitting at 15k double strike because of the Vegex leader. But I don't think that's really going to do anything because he's sitting at 3 life. I mean, he won't be able to activate his skill next turn by taking a life. But we'll see what happens. So he elects to go Time Agent Vegeta into Majin Buu, which makes sense because that's his biggest attacker on the board. So that's 20. That's 19. That's 24. That's 29. Unless he's proccing autos. I don't know what his hand size is. So this is 34 into here, I think. And that's 35. So with just one super combo, he combos out. Bottom deck draw 2. Ooh, this glare is really bad. We gotta fix this for next round. I'm gonna try to fix that glare for you guys next round. Because this is just unbearable. Oof. I do apologize for that. Alrighty. So he comboed out. Still 2 energy open. I mean, he really can't do any more attacks, though. So sinking into Majin Buu, that makes perfect sense. Discard a black card, draw 2 cards. That's a pretty good play. Sure. Draw 2. Pass turn. Vegex is awakened, sitting at 2. He's got no blockers on board. He's got 1 energy open and a Unison on board. But depending on hand size, I guess, that's where you make the determination. But if I was Vegex right now, I would not be comfortable. Oof, that Dark Broly Unison. Yikes. This guy is so good. 20k double striker. When you remove a marker from him, he makes your opponent discard a card. And then his effect is you could discard a card to pop one of your opponent's battle cards, and then they also have to discard a card. I believe. Yep. That's insane. Such a good card. 20k double strike going into lead. Looks like no counters from Joseph. He probably has a good hand size, though. That's 25. That's the magic number. That's 25. Bottom deck draw 2. He needs 5 more to survive here. Just not a good time. Yep. But you still have your leader that can pressure for double strike, and you still have this guy that's a dual attack double striker. So it ain't looking good, my guy. Yeah, we're just gonna scoop and go to game 2. I mean, sometimes when you're playing your game, when you've been playing a game for a long time, you can kind of see the writing on the wall. And in a timed event, you go at 60-minute rounds, right? So you're trying to fit in a best of 3 in 60 minutes. So if you can eliminate, dragging something on, you have no shot of winning. I mean, it's probably best for you to just scoop it up and go into game 2, because the last thing you want to do is go into game 3, go into time, and then get a draw, because that's what ends up hurting you more in the long run. There's no shame in scooping when you know you can't lose. That's something I live my life by. And I lose a lot, so we're gonna go ahead and go into the sideboard here. Let me just fix that. Like I said, earlier, something like that where Vegex has always kind of been one of those decks that doesn't really take damage when it should, because you have to interact with the board, or else it just gets out of control, right? Like if they burst the right amount of time agents and then they just flip everything off of life and they're playing all their battle cards for free, you have to make the decision early if you're going to pressure the leader and try to win, or if you're going to try to control a board. Now, the advantage that Majin Vegeta has is that it could put out efficient attackers to deal with both. Like dual attack, double strike can deal with both, the leader as well as the battle cards and the unisons and stuff like that. So, it's one of those things where you kind of have to know your matchup, so to speak. So I just kind of wanted to shed some light a little bit on that as the players finish their siding here and get ready for game 2. we're in pretty good shape. I mean, we had about a 17-man turnout, 17-player turnout, which is a little on the low side normally. I mean, on average, Computer and Gaming Universe has been getting anywhere from 30 to 40 people for the 1Ks. We started this back in August, and this is definitely the lowest attendance that we've had since then. But I don't think that it really has anything to do with the player base. I just think, you know, it's hard to it's hard to justify um, people coming out in a global pandemic, right? Obviously, at the end of the day, yes, we want to be able to get games out for you. We want to be able to continue to play this game, but if there's no player base because they're unhealthy or they're sick, then obviously nobody gets to play. So the most important thing is the most important thing is that you guys are staying safe. And I see in the chat, Danny, still pretty still pretty active in the chat. COVID on the crackback. Yeah, that scoop to game 2 was really it was really quick. But hey, sometimes you got the loss, man. Like it just happens, right? Oh man. So they're getting started here, game 2. I'm assuming that Joseph's gonna go first. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Yeah, Joseph's gonna charge, burst. That's nice. He got a Kai, a blocker, and his unison. That glare, yikes. Okay. Anyway, that's Vegek's leader, and that's Gotank's unison. So I'll definitely keep you guys posted so we can follow it and see exactly what's going on with the game. But that glare is really rough. I'm gonna definitely, after this round, I'm gonna go and look at the glare. Is terrible. Just wanted to let you know. Definitely have that looked at and see if we can fix it. Yeah, we'll see what we can do because that's rough. It's kind of hurting my eyes a little bit, my delicate, sensitive eyes. Anyway, this is a big turn here, turn 1. I mean, you're gonna set up, right? Elite Descendant is gonna go, and you're gonna go and get your allied reinforcements, and you're gonna go ahead and just continue to do your stuff. And that's a really big turn 1 because it's hard for you to interact with a 20k body on turn 1. And Majin Vegeta has the crux of having to play the quickening on turn 1 so that it can get into its boo chain quicker. So clearly this is a leader swing here. I believe. Or wait, did he? Or he blocked it, so that's fine. Now Joseph's gonna start turn 2 here. Charging a Fu mission accomplished. I can't even move. What am I stuck on? We gotta just move the camera. Right? If you like, we'll do it after the round though. We'll do it after the round. Because I know what's there, so I'll just keep everything updated. But we'll do it after the round. Alright, so leader swing. Comboing a charismatic villain. Allied reinforcements 20 into 10. It's going to take that damage and get 1 under the ball. That's 2. The ball needs 4 cards to go up the chain, so you kind of want to have it done. Oof. This card, Man on a Mission, is so crazy. It's just insane for me. Like this is turn 2 that he's doing this. So it's a double strike crit on turn 2. That's 20k. That's insane. Anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Draw a card, so he gets another Kai, and he gets another blocker. He can choose to activate the effect to take a life off of the Trunks if he wants to see more cards, but I think there's no point in doing that. I mean, the longer you could stay at a higher life total, the better shape you're going to be in as the game winds down. You know what I'm saying? So he's going to uptick his Gotenks here to go up to 15k. He's going to pitch a Splintering Mind. Attack lead, 15 to 15. This is a crazy board. 2 Kai's a blocker. Okay, so 20. Super combo, bottom deck, draw 2. He's at 4 life, so he's good. So on his turn, he will be able to bring out his Boo, and he will be able to untap 2 on Awaken. So it's a pretty big turn. Joseph is going to go ahead and go into Splintering Mind. Jose is going to take that damage. And Joseph's going to pass. So Majin Vegeta is sitting at 3, and Vegex is sitting at 7. It's pretty crazy. And the fact that he has an alternative awakening condition too, which he's got 20 cards in the drop, he could just go ahead and activate that. That's pretty insane. So Jose's going to go ahead, charge. I think you activate your ball here to go into a Boo. But who do you get? You probably get the one that pops. Black doesn't really have good counterplays, especially in Vegex where you can burst them. I don't know if he's playing Rebellion Hammer. I doubt it. Or even, I don't think he hit him with Super Kamehameha. But Rebellion Hammer, I don't think he's playing it. But he's going to go ahead and play this Boo here to reduce the Unison to 3 markers instead of 4. This Boo does have Barrier, so I think that's pretty good. Oof. That's a huge play. Secret Identity. Secret Identity is huge because this is 4, this is 6 here with Trunks and Splintering Mind, or he can go the 2 Kais and the Trunks route and take 5 off the board. You could, if it were me, I'd get rid of the blocker hands down, yeah, and the 2 combo cards because you can easily run the Splintering Mind over with Secret Identity. I mean, you're talking a 25k swing. You'd have to combo a couple cards out of it, and then at that point, you kind of just did your job. He's dwindling his hand size down anyway. So he's going to go ahead and I always call it Earth Shattering. Sells Kamehameha on the Boo, discarding a card from his opponent's hand to lead. He's going to go ahead and Secret Identity here. I would go after the board here. I would try to get the Splintering Mind off the board, because that's just going to be a headache for me, right? So 15, that's 25, that's 35. Bottom deck, draw 2. What is he? Is he going lead? That's a big combo. Yep, he's going lead to push him down to 6. Bottom deck, a Servant, so that he can awaken, untap 2, and go ahead and grab it. Smart play. I mean, especially if it's the 3-drop Vegeta. Let's see. Take a life. Double strike. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. 15k double. 25k double, bottom deck draw 2. Interesting. That's 25k double strike into lead? Yep. Pushing Vegex down to 4. Okay. Now Vegex can awaken defensively, untap 1, draw 1, which is fine. You know, he gets an extra 5k gets an extra 5k power. Ooh, okay. Max power to get rid of the Splintering Mind. That's a good play. Utilize your energy so you can untap and get full value. Okay, I like it. That's a good play. He's going to go ahead and... Ooh, yes. I love this card. This 3-drop Vegeta right here is insane to me because he's a 3-drop 20k double striker that has Servant. So he's 30k on the board, right? And if your opponent decides to activate a counter, he's going to restand. So if it's on his swing that they counter, he's just going to go ahead and restand and do it again. That's insane. And of course, because he's a Servant and you have the Overlord here, you can go ahead and bottom deck him to draw a card. That's just so... this card is so good in my opinion. He's going to go ahead and go into the Dark Star Ball Chain to go into his Boo. He does have the 1 energy for the EX Evolve, which is great. And he could pressure with Double Strike here on the Xeno Evolve. So he activate mains on his leader to just get more cards. He's going to go ahead and swing 25k double into leader. Now, if Joseph decides to negate this attack, the Vegeta will restand. But on this Majin Buu swing, shotgun ensues. So 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, double strike, dual attack. Super combo, bottom deck, draw 2. So that's 25. Awaken. Untap 1, draw 1. 25. Tap 1. 35. That's a Supreme Kai, for those of you that can't see because of the glare. 40. 45. 50. Okay, that's fine. Restand. Do it again. That's crazy, right? It's just, 25k double strike coming at you again. I guess it all depends on what he has in hand, but you're not afraid of him activating a counter because you have your Vegeta here that could restand. I think this is, unless he has like, you can't even Bobbity got errata, so you can't even just Bobbity out of this. Let's see. I would push it. I would push the pedal to the metal here. I'd throw another double strike. He just got rid of like 4 cards. He just got rid of like 4 cards on that swing. Oof, I wouldn't have done that. Because now if he power bursts, you don't get the Vegeta. That's 30k double. That's 30k double strike for game. Let's see. Does he have it? He's got it. He's got it. Yep. Wow. I guess not. That's it. That's crazy. I'm shocked. I feel shocked. I honestly didn't think that bottom decking the servant to draw an extra card was that smart, because Joseph still had an energy open, so he could have power bursted on that last on that last boo swing, and then now you don't have that extra double striker for game. But I think it all worked out in his favor. So shout out to Jose for that great game. And that was a quick match, but sometimes that's just how it happens. You're essentially 2 aggro decks, or this Majin Vegeta variant is more aggro, in my opinion. Even though it does go up the Majin Buu chain, you're getting that out on turn 2. So it's pretty insane. And Vegex was, obviously an aggressive deck with the Splintering Mind combo and all that other stuff too. So, it's one of those things where you're playing 2 aggressive strategies against each other. Somebody has to give at some point. And it just so happens that I think at that point it comes down to leader skills. And Majin Vegeta being able to pressure himself double strike, but also get you more cards with Overlord and Servant is probably what helped Jose in the long run, because he got to see more cards. And not to mention being an untapped 2 leader and utilizing that max power Kamehameha to get Splintering Mind off the board so that you can awaken an untapped 2 and get full, utilization out of that energy, I think was a really smart play. So definitely shout out to Jose for playing that masterfully. He now goes up to 3-0 going into round 4. So that's pretty much it. So we have an undefeated Majin Vegeta player. Joseph played a great game. It's just sometimes it just doesn't go in your favor, but he's still 2-1, so that's still a really good record. We still have 2 more rounds in Swiss, and then we're going to cut to top 4, I believe. So for those of you guys who are watching, I see all you guys active in the chat. I really do appreciate all the support for today. We are probably going to have another 1K in December, but obviously that's going to be on the back burner for now, because we have to find out, with all of the COVID restrictions and everything like that, how exactly we're going to be able to work it out. But that's something that we'll start getting to work on as soon as this event is over here at Computer and Gaming Universe. And honestly, shout out to them as well. It's one of the only shops in the New Jersey area that could really, I shouldn't say New Jersey, one of the only shops in the northern New Jersey area that can still have Dragon Ball Super tournaments and perform them safely while following protocols and restrictions implemented by the town itself. So definitely shout out to them. If you guys are interested in buying any Dragon Ball Super product, you can definitely check them out on TCG Player. That's Comp Gaming Universe. That's their store name on TCG Player. Also, if you guys have some time, feel free to stop by in the chat or anything like that. You could like the posts on Facebook, share the links for your buddies who might be sitting at home craving some Dragon Ball Super gameplay. And shout out to my local in Strasburg, Pennsylvania, Gamer's Edge. Shout out to the guys who made the trip to come down to today's tournament: Tristan, Hudson, and Matt. I'll see you guys next week up there for the shop championship. And we really do appreciate all of the community, coming together in these trying times and trying to keep the game alive. So I'm gonna go check out the issues with the glare for you guys on the stream camera, and we're gonna go into an intermission right now. But we'll be back for round 4, and thank you guys for sticking around. Check, check. All right, so we're back. This is round 4. We have Joseph, who you just saw in round 3, against Eric, who you saw back in round 2, because they are our only 2 undefeated players left in today's event. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Joseph's going to start by charging an energy and playing his time agent Trunks and his Unison. He's going to activate his time agent to take a life, which is definitely something that you can do. It's an optional up to 1, so you're good on that. He's going to go down to 7 life. And then activate the Elite Descendant Overwhelm 3 to bring out Allied Reinforcements Vegeta. And that's pretty much like, if you're going first, that's a really good turn 1, so you can set up your board. Allied Reinforcements is also going to burst a couple of cards, so he has some fuel in his drop area for future plays. He's going to activate his Unison uptick to 2, or to 3 rather. Discard a card, Man on a Mission. This is a great target for you to discard, and Eric's going to draw for turn, and he's going to get started. Let's 1 second. Just wanted to make sure I had the door closed so players aren't hearing me. So he's going to charge his Zamasu. 1 green energy. This is round 4 of our monthly Computer and Gaming Universe 1K for Dragon Ball Super. He's going to go ahead and swing with his Gotenks. Auto draw. Joseph is going to activate Blocker on the Time Agent Trunks, saving him some damage. Eric's going to go ahead and tap the 1 for Trunks. He's going to search. I believe he searches for material. I think he searches for a Goten. So you probably want to grab the Anniversary Box Goten Trunks card, so you can have that versatility of your proper fusion targets, or if you want to go ahead and just get a cheap battle card on the board and be able to bounce it back to your hand for fusion utilization. So he's going to go ahead and do that at the Unison. Put him down to 3. And when the Trunks and Goten bounce back to the hand, he gets to look at top 5 for another piece. So, okay. Just making sure we're staying on top of everything. I tried to reduce the glare a little bit. So hopefully you guys can see it a little better. But we're going to follow along as closely as we can to make sure that we don't run into any issues. Joseph's going to go ahead and charge another Allied Reinforcements. Leader swing with the Vegex. Eric's going to combo out the Saiyan Instincts. Ooh. Burst off the Vegex, 2 Supreme Kais. That's kind of rough. I don't know exactly how many Joseph is playing in his deck, but bursting 2 of them never feels like a good situation, because that is what pressures you for double strike on a leader, if anything. Allied Reinforcements is going to swing at Gotenks. Eric's going to snap, take that damage, and go down to 7. Activate Unison skill, uptick to 4. Pitch a card. He's going to go ahead and burn 1 energy for the Allied Reinforcements to bring out the Splintering Mind, which is a very good combo. It's what makes Vegex really good. He's going to go ahead and take 4 life so he can burn his opponent, putting Eric down to 6, and as you can see, he, lost that charismatic villain off of there. And now Vegex is in awakening range, so off this swing here is a combo up to, I believe, 24 or 20. I'm not sure exactly. Splintering Mind is a 15k or a 20k. He's going to go ahead and tap 1 for the Haru Haru, which because there's a black unison on the board, this is a 15k double striker. 15k super combo, 25, bottom deck 1 draw 2. That's 25 double strike. This Vegex deck is just ridiculous. Very good pilot. Just this is a very good list. It's the way he plays it. You know, Vegex is really good, man. This is a really good matchup to watch. Two really good players, obviously both undefeated today in our tournament here, and just watching them both play, so it's really good, you know, for me personally. Let's see here. He's gonna go ahead and awaken, untap 1, draw 1. Now he's at 2 energy. He's gonna activate the Vegex leader to burst 5 and give his unison double strike. Time Agent Vegeta comes into play. It's just too good. It's just too much. We're gonna swing unison into Gotenks. I believe this is a 25. No, it's a 15k double striker dual attack. I believe. No, it's just a 15k double strike. Never mind. He's gonna combo. So that's 15, 20, 25, 30, depending on cards in hand. I think that's 30. It depends on how many cards he has in his hand, because if he has 5 or less, this is going to proc and be a 10k. So at minimum, this is 30. At maximum, this is 35. Double strike. To lead. Who has 3 life. That's crazy. This is just a lot. This is a lot this is just a lot of pressure with 1 energy. Gotenks is going to awaken. Oh, maybe not. He has also 1 more attack left with his Time Agent Vegeta if he elects to do so, which is another 19k swing. So if he takes this double strike, basically, he's going to be put to 1 life. Then Eric has to determine whether or not he'll be able to combo out of the Time Agent Vegeta swing. Now, I don't see an overwhelm play, and Joseph still has 1 energy open, so there is a possibility he has a follow-up overwhelm in case Eric's able to combo out and defend. So Eric is going to go ahead and elect to awaken to untap that 1 and draw a card. He's going to Paragus super combo here, draw 2, warp 1. He has a very good amount of cards in his hand, so he might be able to, you know, combo out. Because as effectively as Vegex puts cards on board with the bursting, it also doesn't really hold on to too many cards in hand, because it doesn't really draw a lot, but the Splintering Mind did give him 4 cards off of life, so we're going to have to see how that exactly goes into Joseph's favor here. So we got 15, 25, 35, so he combos out of that swing. I guess it wasn't a 35 because of the auto. Time Agent Vegeta, 19k to leader. He's going to combo up to 20. Tap 1, Overrealm, I think. Oh no, he's gonna do Boo. Yeah, Boo's a great card. It's as they say in Magic, it's a mana sink. Get rid of a slightly dead card and see 2 new cards is pretty good. But let's see what happens now. I mean, Joseph's in a really good spot. He's got his opponent down to 3 life. He does have a blocker on board, which you have to be careful with in green because they do have a lot of removal, especially with like charismatic villains and, you know, Grim Reapers and stuff. But because there's so much of a discrepancy in the board state, I don't know if it's worth it for Eric to tap out to play Grim Reaper this turn. He might be able to clear a couple battle cards off the board. He can pop the blocker, he can get rid of 2 battle cards, but then you pass tapped out. So that might not be the most efficient way to do it. And I know Eric is really, you know, he really pays attention to his efficiency. So we'll see exactly what he decides to do here. He's going to tap 2 for Grim Reaper. Okay. Goten Trunks. And that's a Trunks. So he'll draw 2. He'll pop something. Obviously, you probably pop the blocker in this situation, and then he gets to look at top. I believe it's like 5 or I think it's 5 for a unison or another piece. And he's gonna go ahead and just, as soon as he sees it, he's gonna take that unison. He does get to remove a card here on the board. It looks like he removed the Splintering Mind, which makes sense. Grim Reaper, 25k. Let's see if there's any counters. He's gonna go. That's it. That was at Time Agent. He's gonna use that as a 10k and go to 29. So he has one attack left with the dual attacker. He's gonna go again. Where do you go? To Haru Haru? Okay, yeah, that's a double strike threat. You want to get off the board. Joseph is gonna go ahead and block that attack. And Eric is just checking drop area to see what's in there. Now remember, being the Gotenks leader, Joseph will not be able to attack Gotenks' battle cards. So he won't be able to remove Reaper of Grim Reaper by attacking. But because it's, basically 4 cards to 2, I think Joseph's in an okay spot here. Eric is going to attack into the Unison there. And he's going to charge a Time Agent for turn 3. So I see here in the chat, Bomb King 24. There was an error on my part watching the stream. I called round 3 a little prematurely. Jose did not win that second game. They actually ended up going into game 3. And I was confused about how the last turn played out. I assumed that Joseph was scooping when he was actually comboing out, so that's my apologies. I spoke with both players. We got it sorted out. We were able to rewind the footage and watch everything, so that's my mistake for jumping the gun, essentially. So I do apologize for those who, are supporters of Jose and Jose himself. I do apologize for, reporting it inaccurately. But like I said, that was my bad. I wasn't able to really focus on what was going on because of the glare, and I wasn't able to determine if Joseph was actually scooping or comboing those cards defensively. So that is my bad. I do apologize. But we sorted it out. Joseph did take the win in that round, 2-1, which is why he's still undefeated. And even though Jose played a great game, unfortunately, he wasn't able to sneak out that victory in Game 3. So again, I do apologize to Jose, and I do apologize for those who are his supporters for making that mistake. I assure you it will not happen again. So I want to pay extra close attention to what's going on to make sure that I can report accurately and make sure that we don't really get any issues again moving forward. So that is my bad. Joseph did officially win round 3 2-1 against Jose, and now we're into round 4. So as we're catching up with this game here, you can see Eric is now down to 1 life. And as soon as Mira comes onto the board, this is officially a scoop now. So Eric is, gathering up all his cards, deck, drop, life, energy, and they're scooping and going to game 2. So again, for those in chat, I do apologize. Vegex did win round 3. That is my mistake. And I promise that won't happen again. That's my bad. So we're going to go into siding here. And because these are the 2 remaining undefeated players, the only 2 remaining undefeated players, I should say. The way the system works is if these 2 players reach a conclusion. So if one of them were to win, there would only be 1 remaining undefeated player. We cut to top 4. If for some reason this match ends in a draw, we would have to probably play a 5th round so that we could determine standings going into top cut. So just to keep you guys posted, the way everything is going, we want to try to run as smooth a tournament as we possibly can. And we want to make sure that we're doing it the right way. Now, initially, when we began this tournament, we were doing 5 rounds because we were 17 people. However, 17 people is literally 1 extra person that switches it from 4 rounds to 5 rounds. So because it was an uneven number and there was a bye round 1, we're trying to make it as compact as possible. So after this round, we'll revisit the standings, and if one player is able to pull it out and remain undefeated, we will then cut to top 4. So as we're getting back onto the stream here now, players are going through their siding and stuff like that. You know, siding against Vegex, in my opinion, can be a little difficult. Obviously, one would think Black Power, Dark Power, Black Masayan could be effective because of all of the free play battle cards that are coming in off of autos, their non-keyword skills, but it doesn't really hit Time Agent Vegeta. So at that point, you have to make it to where, is it worth it for the Vegex player to discard those 2 cards off of BMS to just continue their play? Now, if they burst and they hit a Time Agent Trunks and a Supreme Kai, they have to pitch 4 cards because they're coming in simultaneously. But if Time Agent Vegeta is coming in, it actually gets under the Dark Power Black Masayan. And also, when you're overwhelming for Elite Descendant Trunks, the auto on Trunks does bring a Vegeta out from the deck, which is also off of an auto, which would trigger Black Masayan. However, because Allied Reinforcements is a 20k, it would not proc the effect. So virtually, there could be some advantages of siding Dark Power Black Masayan against Vegex, but it might not really hinder them too much, and it might just be fluff that you're throwing in and not having efficient counters to that deck. So other than that, probably removal. Like, I think Secret Identity Mass Saiyan against Vegex is huge, because you can get rid of their Kais, you can get rid of their blockers, you can get rid of a lot of different stuff. Secret Identity Black Mass Saiyan is just a really good card in general, especially for spot removal. So as we get ready for Game 2 to start, I'm assuming Eric is going to go first, because he did drop Game 1, and will pay really close attention to the game to make sure that we don't make any more mistakes moving forward. Again, I did try addressing the issue with the glare, but it's just the way the camera is mounted to the ceiling and the reflection of the light. There's not much that we can do. We tried like MacGyvering something together to make sure that there wasn't any continuing issues, but sometimes you just have to play with the cards that you've been dealt, so to speak. But again, I'm going to follow along as best as I can to make sure that we're still in the loop and that we're not losing track of anything, so we can piece by piece, work everything out. Obviously, Joseph is playing a Vegex leader. That's probably the thing that's most glared right now on the board. And if anything else were to come in that spot, I'll make sure to definitely keep an eye on it so that we don't lose track of anything. Bomb King 24, thank you so much, man. I really do apologize. Yes, Eric is undefeated. This is Game 2 of Round 4. Between Eric and Joseph, there are 2 remaining undefeated players. So hopefully that answers your question. And for those in the chat, let me know if the audio has been better since Round 1. We wanted to make sure that we're still having consistent audio quality moving forward. And we wanted to make sure that you guys can hear everything well. Even though I do have my mask on, I want to make sure that I could still get the information across properly. So it's funny that we talked about Black Masayan, because that's exactly what Eric decided to side in here against this Vegex matchup, which is interesting in my opinion. Because as you can see, Joseph already has a Time Agent Vegeta on the field, and it really has no effect on it. So let's see. It looks like, yeah, Eric's going to charge a Zarbon. He's got a Kamehameha Origins and a Zarbon in charge. He's sitting at 7 life, so he did take damage turn 1. And Joseph is untapped. He has 1 black open with a Time Agent on board. So Eric's going to go ahead and tap 2 for his Unison, awaken, untap 1, draw 1, which is really great. And now, if he upticks his Unison, his green battle cards will get Revenge, which is really good if you're playing a blocker-heavy strategy. As you can see, he has a Zarbon there. I wonder if Eric is playing the 1-drop Gohans from set 10 that come in for free, and they're blockers if you control a green Unison. I really like that card. If I was playing a Gotenk strategy or I did at one point play a Gotenks strategy in testing, and that was one of my favorite cards in the deck. That free blocker with Revenge. Also, Videl is pretty good too because it draws you a card when you control a Unison. So we'll see. We'll see if you actually text that in there. So Unison swing at lead, leader swing at lead. Joseph goes down to 6 life. So, oh, yeah, I think, see, this is why I like Gotenks. I like Gotenks a lot because of that 1 green energy, 2 tokens. Like, I don't think that's focused on enough in the deck. I think pooping out tokens like Gotenks can, especially early on. Like, if you can awaken turn 2 when you have your Unison out, and you can start flipping over and you can start putting tokens on the board, I think these tokens can get out of control very, very quickly unless your opponent chooses to answer them. So whether they're going to throw battle cards at them or they're going to just remove them with, if they're playing green, obviously they're dormant. But I think that moving forward, this mechanic of pooping out tokens is going to be Gotenks' saving grace. It might be like a hot take or whatnot, but I really do think that's what makes the deck and the leader really strong. So, let's see here. Joseph is at 2. He's going to go ahead and tap 2, activate battle, warp the Black Massan, which is awesome. That skill on the Time Age of Vegeta is so A1 because it's spot removal but warp removal. That's crazy. Yeah, you do have the restriction of it being, I think it's either 3 or less or 4 or less, but spot removal is always good. And especially in a deck where you don't really have to commit too much energy to playing your battle cards because you're playing them off of bursting, it's really good to have utility energy is what I like to call it. So Vegex lead into token, combo 5k, and then Eric is just going to combo Ribrianne. So that's probably one of the best combo cards. That Insane Instincts, getting that in your drop area so that you can tap 2 and just start doing stuff is insane. And with that, Joseph's going to pass. So Eric's going to draw on tap. He's got 2 energy open. He's going to charge his 3rd here. Bomb King 24. Audio, in my opinion, been good, and I hear you loud and clear. BMS stops the greater summons kind of helpful. Yeah, so yeah, again, what you're saying, I agree with Bomb King. It just doesn't stop Time Age at Vegeta, which is obviously, as you can see on stream, is exactly what happened. It does stop the blockers, and it does stop the Kais from coming in, sure. But, you know, Vegeta's obviously going to be the one that puts the most offensive pressure as opposed to the other 2. So yeah, I mean, I guess it depends. If you're hitting those, then great. If not, then it is what it is. But yeah, it's a decent option, I think. Eric's going to go ahead and charge, attack lead, draw a card. Vegex is going to go down to 5. First token, 15k. Go down to 4. Second token, 15k. This is what I mean. Like, you could just put... Like, Obuni is such a good card because it poops out tokens. So that theory has to also be true for Gotenks, right? I mean, Obuni poops out 3 tokens for 4 energy. Gotenks poops out 2 tokens for 1 energy. So it's essentially, theoretically, a little bit better. Granted, those tokens do come in rest mode, but you could do it every single turn. You know, you don't have to wait to have an Obuni in your hand. It's a skill off of your leader. So I think it's really good. Joseph does awaken. Draw 1, untap 1. And let's see... This is a Vegito swing here, 15k. I'm assuming it's going to lead. Otherwise, there would be no issues here with comboing. So, it looks like... Joseph's at 4, Eric's at 6. This Vegito swing went to lead, I assume. And I guess we're just waiting to see if there's any combos or anything like that. Eric's just checking the drop area to see exactly what he has. You know, if there's anything that he can utilize his energy for a graveyard, a drop area interaction or something like that. No combos on Eric's side. Did Joseph combo out? Nope. Maybe. Yeah, he comboed out of that Vegito swing. Okay, so Eric is going to go ahead and play his Gokuel, obviously grabbing Grim Reaper, but then he can go ahead and tap that 1 energy again to KO the Gokuel to grab the 2 pieces, which again is really, really good. I think the problem with Gotenks, though, is that originally when people first started playing this deck, or maybe when I first started playing this deck, I wanted to do that like linearly. I didn't really think about it. further down the road, it was like for me, it's like okay, turn 1 Gokul, turn 2 Unison, awaken, proc the energy. Like it was very like linear, and I think that's where like my head kind of hit the wall, and that's why I don't play this deck anymore. But for somebody like Eric, who's probably put the hours in, to make sure that the deck is operating exactly how he wants it to, you could see how the plays are not as linear, and it gives him a lot of flexibility with this strategy. Being able to play Grim Reaper and being able to search your pieces for 1 energy off of Gokul is very, very strong. It just depends on how impactful it is when you play it in the game. So if you're playing it turn 1, it's not going to do anything because you can't have no more energy to continue, right? But if you're playing it turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, the later the game gets, the more valuable those 1-drop cards are, essentially, or their 1 energy cards are, because you'll have more energy to do auxiliary plays. So he's going to go ahead and play this Trunks. This is definitely a draft box card. I've never seen this card in my life, and I wish I knew what it did. But he's a 3-drop 15k. It looks like he only came in for 1 energy, probably by pitching a Goten. And he's just going to swing for 15k. So Eric does... Oh, there it is. There's the Gohan. That card is so good. A free blocker when you have a Unison and you can give it revenge. That card is so good. I love that card. But yeah, like I was saying before, Eric's got some really interesting techs because I also saw him playing that multicolored Tapion, or maybe it wasn't multicolor, maybe it was just a regular 2-drop Tapion from Dropbox 6 also. I'm kind of interested to ask him what his thought processes were behind these 2 cards because this is just a 15k pressure for essentially 1 energy, it looks like. But with that being said, Joseph does go down to 3 life. Eric passes turn. He has his free blocker with Revenge on the board. It's going to be a tough time. This right here, though, this Vegeta having the activate battle tap 2 warp a card, I would probably activate battle happens after blockers, so he'd still have to get rid of that somehow. Like if he swings here and Eric decides to block, this is now Revenge, right? So this is block, but this is block, activate battle, tap 2, warp the Trunks. But then the Vegeta dies regardless. Yeah, so the Vegeta would die. Revenge blocker, he goes to warp, he goes to drop. Okay. Alright, so it's not too bad. I guess he didn't want to deal with that Trunks. Maybe he does something, activate main or something like that on the board that Joseph doesn't really want to deal with. Swing lead, or no, sorry. Activate main, draw, burst 5. Oh, how clutch is that? He got rid of 1 Vegeta just to burst another one and for him to come into play. That's so good, man. That's so good. That's knowing your deck, because you could have easily done the burst 5 first before swinging with the Vegeta, and then you would have not been able to come out because of the unique tag. It's just so good. It's just so good, in my opinion. And it's going to make Black Saiyan leaders essentially good. Like, even though Vegex does put the most amount of cards in the drop area the quickest, there's still some synergies with other Black Saiyan leaders. Vegex is going to swing. Nothing happens there. Vegeta's going to swing at token. You're going to swing at a token? I would try to get rid of these tokens, man. They're just not going to be a good time. Now, obviously, you do get around the whole idea of not being able to attack battle cards, because Gotenks prevents you from doing that, but tokens are not battle cards. They're in the battle area, but they're not battle cards. They're tokens. So you could attack them to get rid of them, and then just kind of help, try to control your opponent's board that way. So it's very smart of Joseph to go into the tokens and not continue to give Eric resources from life. As you can see, Eric is going to combo out of that Vegeta swing with Dr. Giro, and he's going to dump the Ribrianne into the drop area. He's now got 2. So he could tap 4 energy and rip 4 cards out of his opponent's hand next turn if he really wants to. And we can't forget that this deck runs Cell Xeno, so at some point you got to pay attention to the board, because you don't want to let them get 12 cost of cards on the board and be able to successor, because that's just not a good time. That's a feels bad. But Gotenks does it effectively, essentially, because he has 6-drop dual attackers, and his leader protects his battle cards. So it's really good. Eric's going to go ahead and charge a Grim Reaper. He's going to attack with his leader. Auto draw. Where's the attack going? Probably went to Time Agent, I would think. It's 15k token swing. Any negates? Well, Joseph is tapped out, so he's going to combo 5k out. So yeah, these are all going to lead. These are all going to lead. Just try to dwindle your opponent's hand size down. You can go ahead and mess with it if you really need to, because you have the 2 Ribrians. So Joseph's going to take that and go to 2. Vegeto's going to pressure here for 15k. Eric hasn't utilized any of his energy just yet, so he still has plays that he can make. Probably just trying to get his opponent's hand size down to a more controllable amount, because you don't want to lose the advantage game for sure. I need to get a new mask. Anyway, what else? What else we got, guys? Let's see. This is like big brain thinking right now. Both players are undefeated. I'm sure they want to, survive this tournament without any blemishes on their record. So this is, high stakes. As high stakes as it gets. He's going to tap 2 for Ribrian. That makes sense. Warp, discard 2. Okay. Joseph does have a good amount of cards in hand, though. It looks like he might have... I really can't tell, but I would say at least 7. He's losing 2 here. 2 Kai is interesting. He's going to go ahead and tap the other 2 for Ribrian. So that's 4 cards in total. And I might just pass here, right? Like, you just pass here. You uptick and pass. Does he have another free blocker? Oh, please tell me you have another free... No, he doesn't. That would have been sick if he had another free blocker to play and then uptick. But I guess he didn't. But, I mean, still, you got rid of 1, 2, 3, 4. You got rid of 8 of your opponent's cards because he comboed out of all... Well, not all of them, but most of them on the swings there. Joseph's going to charge his 4th energy. Leader into Unison. 15k to 15k. Dormant Potential. Discard a card. Pop the Kai. And now, it doesn't negate the attack, so he'll lose a marker. But now, Joseph cannot attack. He can only attack once more for the rest of the turn. Dormant Potential is a great card. That's why it's sitting at $40, ladies and gentlemen. Time Agent Vegeta into Leader. 19k. Eric's going to snap and go to 5. Vegex, draw 1. Burst 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sick. So he gets a blocker and a Unison off of it. Unison comes in with 1 marker. He's obviously uptick to go to 3. Ooh, okay. So Eric responds with Charismatic Villain to counterplay the blocker. And then free play that card. So that he's dead. So he won't have a defensive blocker next turn. But he still gets his Unison with a marker here. Let's see if he decides to uptick to 3. He's got to pitch a card out of his hand to do that. This is definitely a time in the game where you count the cards in your drop area. Because an Overrealm at this point of the game is kind of rough. Because you're getting rid of so many cards that you're already in your drop. And your leader directly interacts with Sparking. So it's definitely tricky. But you can see that Joseph, man on a secret mission, or what's his name? Something, I forget his name, the Foo? I'm drawing a blank. I'm drawing the blank on the Foo, but he tapped 2 to get a super combo back, and then he passed turn. So Eric's going to draw. Did he draw already? I think he drew already. No charge. Interesting. Very interesting no charge here. Leader swing, auto draw. Combo 5. 15k, Unison swing. It's very strange that Eric didn't charge. I wonder if he forgot. Token swing for 15k. I'm assuming these are all going to lead. I'm pretty sure you want to try to get him down to 1. Because even though Gotenks is a 25k body, he's not a double striker, he's a dual attacker. So if you can get him down to 1 here without playing Grim Reaper, that's great. But he's got a super combo out, bottom deck 1, draw 2. Charismatic Villain into Gotenks Unison, easily, just dead. You can't combo out. And he still has a token swing. So, does he want to turn the token sideways? He doesn't have... Oh, he's tapping 1 for Tapion. I wish I knew what this card did. This is what I get for not paying attention to what cards do, especially new ones. I should have definitely come with like a cheat sheet of all these new cards so I could read them off, but I can't do that. So for those of you who are watching, I apologize for not being able to explain what this card does. But it looks like he puts it in the drop area for 1 energy, and I don't know what else happened. Maybe he KOs something? Well, the Unison was killed by Frieza. I don't know. Maybe he gives his token a boost or something? I'm at a loss. Oh, there, yes, thank you. Full mission accomplished. Jesus, thank you so much, Bomb King. I really do appreciate that. Dude, I was so lost. I had no idea where I was going with that whatsoever. Thanks for saving me. But yo, if you can also tell me what the Tapion does, I'd really appreciate it. Alright, let's get back on track here. Joseph still got 3. He's got 2 open. Eric's got 3 green open. Looks like he's comboing up. He's playing Black Massane for 1. Okay. Oh, this is where math comes in. Obviously, Joseph's got 1 in charge, 1 on board, and it looks like he's got 1 in warp. So the chances of him hitting another time agent off of burst is virtually impossible. If he does hit anything off of burst again, it's going to trigger Black Massane. So whether it's a Trunks blocker or Supreme Kai of Time, Joseph will have to discard 2 cards for that auto. So he's going to go ahead and pass. Joseph's going to untap and draw. Oh, Bomb King, you're the man. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. Tapion from Draftbox 6 is an energy exhaust blocker. Activate main, blue-green. If your leader card is green or a phantom demon, you can discard this card from your hand, choose 1, draw a card, then play this card from your drop area at the end of the turn, or you can activate 1 sealed music box and then shuffle your deck. And he has the choice if he wants to play it. So basically it's just to draw 1. I guess. That's what it looks like. Which, that's fair. Music box is definitely not in this deck because it has no interactions at all. So I guess that's fair. Cantrip. That's fair. I mean, there's probably... is that really all he's doing? Discard, draw? Interesting. I mean, if you just want to use it as a draw, why not use Videl? Anyway, that's neither here nor there. These guys are undefeated. I'm not. I'm just doing commentary. So I'm not going to argue with anything, but I'll definitely ask him later. Okay, so Joseph is activating leader skill, sparking 20, reset. That's what I call it. He's going to shuffle his drop area back into his deck and just continue to play the game. And as you can see, he only has 3 cards in warp. So he didn't make any overrealm plays this game, which is crazy. Off of that burst, he does get a blocker. And you can see he removed Black Massane with Time Agent Vegeta's effect. So he doesn't have to worry about any discarding or anything like that. He's going to tap 1 for Elite Descend. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. He did... Oh, man. You know, when things just happen the right way, it just looks so nice. But, obviously, this is why he's undefeated. So he's going to go ahead and Elite Descendant for Allied Reinforcements. Allied Reinforcements, I think, bursts 5 when he comes in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yikes. So he hits 2 blockers. That's okay. He has 1 on board. He has 5 in the drop area now if he wants to turn on Sparking Negates for Power Burst or whatnot. Elite Descendant into Charismatic Villain. I definitely think you want to take control of the board here. Your opponent's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 threats, including the leader, obviously. And even though Charismatic Villain's only a 10k, you still, you got to deal with it, right? So Eric's gonna sell his Kamehameha, and he's gonna rip a super combo out of his opponent's hand. That's sick. And that Frieza's gonna go up to 25, so he essentially survives this attack. And that's pretty much it, right? I mean, he overwhelmed. He could tap 1 for. I would just pass. Oh, boo. Oh, what? Oh, yeah. I forgot that can happen from drop. So yeah, he's gonna KO allied reinforcements to bring out Splintering Mines. Splintering Mines gonna get rid of Charismatic Villain. He's got another swing on board here. Obviously, he's not gonna take the life to burn because he's only at 2. But he's gonna go ahead and have Splintering Mind go into a token. Eric's gonna Shocking Death Ball, Sparking. So he takes the life, goes down to 4, which is now gonna turn on his super combos, which is fantastic. And he saves his tokens, which is giving him offensive pressure. So again, now he's at 4 energy. Or is he going to charge a 5th? He didn't charge last turn, so Joseph is sitting at 4 tapped, 1 active. Yep, he's going to charge a Meki Kabura here. Interesting. Very interesting. Probably just a dead card in this matchup, I would think. I mean, what do you really call? Maybe black. I don't know. He did shuffle his whole deck back into his drop. He did shuffle his whole drop back into his deck, so there's definitely more applications. So leader gets blocked with Trunks. Auto draw. 15k token. Where is this going? Is this going to lead? Paragus, draw 2, warp 1. That glare still sucks. Oh my god, I'm so sorry about the glare. It's just, we can't do anything about it. We even tried like taping stuff to the light and try to dim it, but we just can't do it. Joseph's going to super combo here, bottom deck, draw 1, and then throw another Elite Descendant at it so he can survive. He still has another token and a Unison. I'm surprised that Eric hasn't been pooping out more tokens, especially with all this energy. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, these tokens have been on the board since like turn 3. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you were to constantly, if you were to constantly poop out tokens, this deck could get silly very quickly. I mean, if you're playing against green, probably not, because they just, one dormant potential just ruins your hopes and dreams. But against any other color, really, like, I'm bad though, so I like to do bad things. Oh, okay, Danny. Listen, as long I appreciate you for commenting in the chat. As long as it's doable and you guys can see what's going on with the glare, I'm fine with it. Like, it's not so bad here on my end, but I'm looking at the stream and it looks sus. But as long as you guys can follow and you're okay with it, then I'm good. So Eric's tapping 3 for Annie Box Children. 15k. He hardcasted that. Okay, so 15k. Joseph's gonna combo Brainwash No More. Eric's gonna bounce back the Annie Box Children to his hand so he can scry and search for another Unison. How many markers does Vegito have? Is that 5? Yeah, or maybe 3. I think it's 5. Vegito swing 15k. Joseph's gonna power burst by using an energy. You gotta get back a Kai. I mean, that's what you snap back, right? That's a 10k combo. This is such a good, like, back and forth game. This is what I like about Dragon Ball. This is what I really enjoy about the game. I like the energy or the opponent interaction. I like that you try to do something and then your opponent has a response to it. I don't like the one-sided games. Nobody likes that. That's why I think this game is in a really good spot right now, because of all the interaction that you have, not only with the combo step, but with the counter plays, with the counter attacks, with the counter counters. There's just a lot of different things that the game does right now. So Eric's going to snap this Zarbon blocker on the board. He's going to keep 1 green open, and his Vegito's sitting at 7 markers. Or maybe he's at 8. That might be 8. Did he feed it? I think he fed it. I think he might have fed it. He might be sitting at like 7 or 8 markers. Ooh, man. Let's see. I think that's a Zarbon blocker. He's a tournament promo, I think, from set 10. So here we go. It's Joseph's turn. He's got 5. Listen, 5 energy for a black leader. That's a lot. You could do a lot And as you can see, like he has 2 overwhelm cards in his energy. He has a time agent. It looks like he's got a Haru Haru. He's got a Unison here. There's a lot you could do with 5 energy on black leaders. Splintering Mine attack. Zarbon's gonna block. He is. Is he a revenge blocker? He is a revenge blocker. Doesn't he get an interaction in the drop area? Like, doesn't he draw you a card or something? Or is that just with Frieza? I forget. Maybe not. Vegex into Unison, 15 to 15. And he negates. He's got 5 energy open. He's going to go back down to 6 markers. Joseph's checking the drop. Or that's the warp, rather. Now he's checking the drop. This is game 2. Just letting you know. This is game 2. Joseph took game 1. This is now game 2. He's got 5 energy open. Time Agent Vegeta. Swing. Leader. 19k. No counters. Oof. Okay. 29 double strike, I'm assuming. Yep. Okay, that's fair. 29 double strike. He's got 2 life left. Oof. Vegex, 1, 2, 3, 4. So he gets 2 Kais. Jesus. he gets 20k worth of combo power for free. That's sick. Okay, and he's got 4 energy open. What can Vegex? Can Vegex put double strike pressure with 4? Oh. Okay, so he's tapping 3 for Allied. Allied's gonna burst 5. Oh man, a charismatic villain would be so clutch right now. But he doesn't have it. So Allied's gonna come down and burst 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, damn, dude. It's just, I mean, he doesn't get the Vegeta, right? Because of Unique, but he gets his Unison, which is another attacker because he can uptick and make him a 15k. So he's got 20 here. He's got 15 here. Eric's got 1 energy open with 2 life. This is insane. Allied 20k to lead. There it is, dormant baby. Oof. He's not pitching, but he's popping the 2 Kais. So Joseph will still be able to attack because he didn't pitch off of dormant, but he's getting rid of 20k worth of combo. So this attack is still going through. So 20k to 15. Eric's got to get to 25 to combo out. Does he have it? He's going to take it and go to 1. Oh boy. He's got an uptick. Yep. Discard, uptick 2, 15k swing. Attack lead. Any counters? Any counters? Any counters? Ooh, max power. Kamehameha. That is clutch. Warp 4, add it back to your hand. Seems good. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, get rid of that Tapion, bro. Yeah, that card is so good. Oh, man, that card's so good. Okay. But he's tapped out now. Splintering Mind. Oof. Oof. Ooh, there it is, baby. Ooh, man. Wow. The charismatic villain on the Splintering Mind is what caused this game to end. Ooh, that was nice. That was nice. That was a great game. Now, I'm not sure how much time they have left in the round. But that was a great game. Oh man, that was sick. That was pretty long, but you could definitely see, you know, where why these guys are undefeated. I'm gonna go check real quick to see how much time is left in the round. I'll be right back. Right now we're sitting at 1-1. Players are siding and getting ready to go into game 3. I'll be right back. So if it couldn't get any more dramatic, they're starting game 3 in turns. So Joseph took game 1 with Vegex. Eric took game 2 with Gotenks, and we're going into game 3 starting on turns. So basically how this works is whoever is turn player will be turn 0. If you guys don't know what turn protocol is, basically that's what you go into once time has been called in the round. So you have 60-minute rounds, and then you have turns. You have 3 turns. So basically turn player is turn 0, then he will pass to his opponent being turn 1, who will pass back for turn 2, who will pass back for turn 3. Turn 3 is the final turn. If for some reason there is no outright winner, it will result in a draw. So, Bomb King, to answer your question, Eric took game 2. Joseph took game 1. So we're sitting right now at 1-1 going into game 3. And we are in 3-turn protocol. So, it's high stakes, baby. That's how we do it out here in CGU. So, I mean, they played a phenomenal game. That game 2 was a really good game to watch. I'm not going to lie. So, now it's going to be a battle of attrition. Joseph starts, so he's turn 0. Charge. Vegex burst 5. Hits nothing. Draws a card. Does he have a follow-up? Does he have an overwhelm play? We might have, if these guys draw, we might have to play a 5th round. I don't know how that's going to work, though. Joseph passes. Eric, charge. Leader swing. Draw 1. Eric's on turn 1. Joseph's going to snap, take that life, go down to 7. And then pass back. And this is now turn 2. So, okay. So 2 energy. Vegex. Attack lead, 10k. Fu mission accomplished. Combo up to 15. Eric's going to snap take it. Leader skill, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh. Draw a card. So he gets all 3, which is huge. I would take a life for sure to get an extra card. At this point, it doesn't really matter. Vegeta's going to swing for a 19. Eric's most likely going to take it and go down to 6. And Joseph still has 2 energy open, so he can make a really big overrun play if he needs to. He could play a 1-drop and then make a really big overrun play. Here comes the overrun, I think. He's got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 cards in drop. He passed his turn with 2 open. I guess he wants to keep the Vegeta open. This is turn 3, though. So this is it. This is the last turn of this game. Eric's going to charge a Dormant. He's going to tap 2 for his Unison. Awaken, untap 1, draw 1. His Unison has 2 markers on him. He's going to free play the Gohan blocker. What can you do? How can you bring your opponent down from 6 to 0 on turn 2? Is it possible? He's going to tap 1. Maybe it's possible. I don't know. I have seen Stranger Things. Nope. Leader swing, auto draw. 15k. He's going to take it. It's just really no point right now. 15k. Into lead. He's going to take and go to 4. That's fine. This is the last turn. So if Eric can kill him here, he can kill him here. Like it's over. He just he shows the Salsino. Oh man. That's it. Guess the game ends in a draw. That's unfortunate. Because game 2 was so good. But that's what happens when you have to worry about time. So I guess we will figure out if is there going to be a 5th round? Yeah. Yeah, I guess we're going to go through all that right now to see if there's going to be a 5th round because they tied. there's no outright winner, so technically, because there were 17 players, you had to play 5 rounds. But that was a really great game. I mean, yeah. Yeah, so we're going to go into round 5. And hopefully we can get, into Top Cut right after that. So thank you guys so much for watching. Stay tuned for round 5. And Danny, 10 p.m. It's on weekends is 10 p.m. Weekdays is 8 p.m. Just answering that question for you if you didn't already know that. So we're gonna get on out of here and we're gonna look into starting round 5. If anything changes, I'll definitely come and make an announcement. But shout out to these two guys. They played a phenomenal match. Game 2 was great, and hopefully we can have a resolution for you guys soon. We'll be back shortly. Stay tuned. All right. So let's get you in picture. What do I have to move? We're at the. This is not social distancing.
This is not great.
This is not.
It changes every time I'm in this room. Because I commentated the one event, and we had a camera here, and then 2 headsets, and then they just disappeared.
Chat. Can you hear Dylan?
Hello.
This is Dylan Ashcraft from Team Ellipsis. He's joining me on commentary. If you can only see half of my face, that's obviously by design. We're trying to maintain social distancing. So we had to actually repair because there was an error in the system drawing up a 5th round, and this should actually be top 4. So that's what we're in right now. We're actually in top 4. Your binder. You're leaving? This is the red one, right? Here you go, bruh. No problem, man. I'll see you guys next weekend.
See you next week.
All right.
Thanks for inviting us.
No problem, man. All right, so like I was saying, we are in. That stays the same. We are in top 4 now. This goes to Vegex. So we have a Vegex mirror match, which should be fun to.
It's definitely gonna be quick.
Yes, it's definitely gonna be quick. As you can see, they already started. So Eric went. Eon went first. He didn't hit the godly rip though. Burst 5. He got the blocker and the unison on play. Okay.
Is that the 3-drop hashtag hatred everlasting, right? That's the winner promo for it.
Yeah, I think so.
That's interesting that he's still playing that.
He's the 5-drop, right?
Yeah, sorry, you can play it for 3, but you discard it to middle cards.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought a lot of Ajax lists went off of that. Now, the cool thing is, or I guess the interesting part, so these 2 played in Swiss, and I'm pretty sure Joe picked it up at 2-0.
I mean, Joe's been hitting godlike mills all day. This is his 3rd game that I'm commentating right now.
This is his deck, right? He has only played Vajax for, so that's Eon.
How do you spell that?
E''HREN. He's been playing Vajax and only Vajax since the deck released. Granted, except for like 1K here, he played Dark Broly.
He didn't like Dark Broly, I'm guessing?
He just realized that this is a better deck. Like Vajax is again potentially the best deck in the format. Zero mana commitment to playing battle cards.
I mean, yeah, that's strong. Don't get me wrong. I mean, granted, if you're playing the expensive build, yes, you can. Vajax is definitely tier 1, but
I don't think we're in a tier 0 format. I think just because Vajax doesn't seem to have a bad matchup to me.
I think just Vegex just gets stomped on by other aggro decks. That's really it.
Fair.
Like mid-range is not. Like if you need to get to turn 4, you're a lot of the time not gonna get to turn 4.
Yeah.
And control decks. I mean, we saw it earlier on stream with Vegito and Vegex. You just can't. Or was it Vegex? I don't see Vegito winning that matchup anyway.
Yeah,
Just putting out 1-drop blockers every turn until you. They're gonna do this to you every game. Look at this. Look at this.
It's just the consistency and the fact that neither of them have to tap any energy to play a battle card. Because we're over here playing fair decks, right?
Yeah.
We try to do aggro stuff.
Exactly.
Mid range by tapping energy to play a dude.
Exactly.
He goes, all right, activate my leader. Wow, I hit a 4-drop, a 1-drop, a 1. That's 2 1-drops that are 10k combo. A blocker that I can attack with if I want to. For 1 energy, I summon 2 guys, which mills me 5 more, which could get my unison. Vajax does a lot for no reason.
Yeah, everything is super free. It's basically, I hate to make Yu-Gi-Oh comparisons, but it's Lightsworns.
It is Lightsworn, yeah.
So Lightsworns has always been that deck, like, oh, I'm gonna just play all my battle cards for free because I milled them.
This is Lightsworn and Gotenks is Necros.
Probably, that's a good comparison. Gotenks is really good though too.
I do really enjoy. I enjoy the deck a lot.
Why is that under there?
I guess that's where he's placing the foo. Not a fan of that being where he puts the removed from game cards.
Oh, because it's RFG. I guess that's gonna be confusing. Okay, so I gotta keep track of that foo. He is removed from game. It should just be off to the side somewhere.
Yeah, they're on a big table,
Yeah, exactly. So is Joe on Team Ellipsis?
Yes, he's one of my boys.
Nice. He's blocking here. This is just... I like Vegex with no overwhelm package.
Really?
Because I want to just burst everything and turn my leader on early and then just keep reusing my cards. But it's hard to play it that way because that means you have to lean into like the Vegex specific stuff.
Yeah, Joe is doing a hyper aggressive build.
Oh yeah.
He has overwhelms. I think the overwhelms are the Elite Descendant, Brainwash no more, which is absurd because creating a life instead of taking actual damage.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And then Man on a Mission.
I did see him playing Man on a Mission, which I thought was interesting because that's a big overwhelm for 6.
Yeah.
But 20k double strike critical is just that's too much value.
It's
This is
good.
insane. This is just madness.
Playing cards for free, man. Like
This is madness.
everyone else is playing Super. He's playing like Vegex is playing Yu-Gi-Oh. Like
Yeah, this is. Yeah, so I gave everybody a signed draft box leader because I had like 17 of them and I didn't need all 17 of them. And I felt bad, but I didn't sign the actual card. I just signed the sleeve. So if anybody wants to throw the sleeves away and not have the permanent signature on there, I'm totally not offended by that at all. But I figured it was something cute just to give out because I had so many extras. But yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty wild day. I didn't think Vegex was gonna be this played, honestly.
it's just the consistency and like the lack of having to do anything. Like you know what I mean? Like when I say do anything.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not. It's not like a. It's kind of brain dead a little bit.
He doesn't have to have a good hand.
Yeah.
To do like his stuff. Like Broly has to see all the pieces.
Yeah.
He just. All right, I'm gonna mill my deck.
Yeah, and then the great part is he gets to reset it if he's awakened, which is I think it's stupid. I would love to see Vegex versus Janemba. That would just be hilarious.
That'd be terrifying. Could you imagine like swinging the Janemba, right? You mill your opponent, and then they summon 2 guys off of that mill.
I don't think it works that way though.
No, does it say if it's milled during your turn?
No, but I think it has to be. I think it has to be milled from an effect of a Black Saiyan.
Really? I think.
Or it's, I gotta read it. I don't know if Janemba triggers your time agents. That's just stupid. Or maybe it's if your leader is black and this card is milled.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. But
That-
I could be wrong.
Yeah, that's an auto lose for Janemba then, because sure,
Let them summon guys.
I'll just play my stuff for free on your turn and on my turn.
So I don't know what he's attacking in with, but he's through 25.
So he's swinging with Haru Haru here. So this is
I thought the Haru got blocked by the trunks.
so maybe it's the time agent then.
I know he threw double strike on the Sampha.
So it looks like it's probably if it's not Vegeta, it's Gotenks. It's one of these two, clearly. So he's probably sitting at what is this 29? Depends on how many cards he has in hand. This would be 39 double strike. I really can't see Eon's life total.
I'm not sure either.
Looks like 3.
It does look a lot like 3. I don't think we've progressed that far yet. Now the interesting thing about aggro mirrors is deciding who is the aggressor and who is forced to play.
I think that comes on die roll.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think, however, with Vegex, a lot of it comes down to the first mill.
Yeah, for sure.
So like, Eon went first, right?
Mm-hmm.
And his mill was not as good as Joe's first
Right.
mill, as well as Joe having that turn 1 Elite Descendant play.
So now he's at 3, because he was at 6. This is very weird. Joe is also at 6. So the one thing that I like about Vegex that I don't think a lot of people pay attention to is how healthy he stays throughout the game.
Yeah.
Like this is like you look at this, right? And then you look at this. And it's like, okay, he has all of this committed to the board, but he's only at 6 life. So now your opponent, should I throw my battle cards at the board and try to win it back, or should I try to kill my opponent's leader? So that's where the game becomes the game within the game, in my opinion. This is also a decent mill because you got the trunks,
Yeah.
which gives you a free blocker, but.
The problem is he's missing the other 2 pieces. Like, he doesn't have the Vegeta to crack back on attack.
And you can see that he plays a Vegex package, so he plays like the 6 and 7 drops probably. So at some point or another, do you really want to tap out 3 in a mirror where Joe does not play the Vegex package? I haven't seen it all day.
He does not.
So he is literally just accruing value based off of his mills.
Yeah, Joe is, the deck is aggro incarnate. Like, that's all he does.
Yeah.
It's just attacking.
Tapping 1 for the unison. He's got a uptick to 3. So this Fu mission accomplished is removed from game. It does not exist. For anybody watching that might be confused, it's just under the leader because that's where it was placed. So he's going to go ahead and uptick to 3 by pitching the man on a mission accomplished. And then awaken and untap. That's pretty good.
I think that's like the only time where playing the Go Tanks for what it actually is valued at.
If you can awaken, if you have the energy untapped to do so, that's totally fine. Oof. This card is a house. Secret identity, so 1, 2,
It's interesting that
3.
he's playing Secret Identity. He can hit the 3/1 drops and the blocker.
That's exactly what I would do. I hit the 3/1 drops on the blocker. Just get them off the board. Those Kais are so problematic. But then it's like, okay, that's fine. I'll just get them back with Power Burst.
So, Joe doesn't play Power Burst on the main board. He doesn't play a single negate.
Wow.
Does Eon?
He might. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Now it's interesting. So, like, the thing that breaks this mirror, right, is the new Demigra SR from the draft box.
The 5-drop?
Yeah. Like, backbreaking in the mirror.
That card is... That's why it's expensive. Get them now, because even though they're $40 now, they're gonna go up.
They're also incredibly hard to pull.
Yes.
I bought 2 cases and 8 boxes. I got 1 black SR and it was Toa.
You didn't pull any in 2 cases?
Not 2 cases.
Oh, I got 1 case and pulled 2. Sorry.
I pulled 6 of the blue bunky, so I guess
I only pulled 1 Bardock, so that's what I was kind of mad.
I didn't get any multicolor SRs. That was the other way.
I got 2 Bardock SRs.
The blue yellow boy?
Yeah, he's really good.
I like that card a lot.
He's really good.
If I had packed a place out of that, I would have played Bardock for you today.
Yeah. I have an idea for SS4 Vegeta to use the Bardocks, the apes and stuff.
I have a list for that, actually.
Nice.
That's what I was going to play today, and I swapped the Soul Striker.
Yeah, Soul Striker is just so good. So, Eon's going to swing here.
Yeah.
But where do you go? Do you go to leader?
He has to,
Do you-
he has to raise life.
You can't ignore this unison, man. He's already got 5 markers on him.
I think the last thing he does in his turn is hit it to, ideally to 3, because you can't let him sit at 4, because then he just, talks 1, and then minus his 4, but
You can only tuck once per turn.
only 1 talk per turn.
Yeah, you gotta get him to 3. But is that the play? Joe's at such a healthy life total. Like, that's where I'm saying. Like, that's where it becomes like matchup knowledge.
Yeah, I'm also not, like, I wish I knew how much life Eon actually has.
He probably has 2 or 3, right?
The
I mean,
minute he goes to 1, Joe can kill him. Because Joe's, like, main win condition is, not secret identity.
splintering mind.
Yes.
Yeah.
The other SMS Saiyan.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Guaranteed damage is absurd.
Dude, this card right here, Allied Reinforcements, when the power boosters first came out, I probably had like 6 of them.
It
And
was
they
a
were
bad card,
they
yeah.
were dirt. Like, nobody wanted them, and I was like, "Oh, I'll just keep it because it looks cool." And when I got out of the game, I sold them all, and then when I came back into the game, Vegex was like the first deck I experimented with, and they were sitting at $20 a pop.
I feel
Crazy.
like the smart thing that Eon could do as well is put Joe 2/2 here so he can't kill him with Splintering Mind.
Splintering Mind takes 3?
2 life.
2 life.
So he has to
Ooh.
That's interesting. He plays a split of the super combo.
I just like the 4 Vegetas.
Yeah, I think 4 Vegeta is just the better way to do it.
I think, okay, great. He's a 15k combo. Vegeta's gonna draw you 2 cards, and you'll probably hit 15 on it anyway.
So Bibbidi, on average, is a normal super combo right now because on average a super combo will net you a 5k, right?
Right.
Vegeta represents
2.
at least 20.
Yeah, I appreciate people trying to keep the dream alive, but once they eroded Bibbidi, like, it's over.
I could see it maybe being like a one of because of that early game like power spike.
Yeah, maybe.
At that point, I think you just play Vegeta.
So this is what, 15, 30, 40?
Alright, Joe's gonna awaken and draw some cards. I'm assuming with his Vegetas.
Yeah, untap 1. Tap 1.
Nice, he's gonna crit the life
Ooh,
instead.
crit the life, and then he can't take anything more than a single strike, right?
I think it's only for that battle, yeah. So,
Interesting.
Like, he doesn't take damage from that battle anymore.
Oh, and he was sitting at double because of the lead. That makes sense. Swing with Trunks. Trunks is 4K base, right?
Yes.
So here's
Yeah, Eon's trying to
14.
make sure he doesn't get to whatchamacallit. Splittering Mind for game.
14, draw 2. So if his hand is little enough, this would be 34. I don't know if his hand is little enough, though. 14. $29. Interesting. It's 29.
34.
Yep. 34. He seems very reluctant. Probably has a low hand. 34. He really wants to get him to 2.
He has to.
39.
If he doesn't, he loses the game.
39. I'll take it. That's a lot. Like 39 is what? 3 cards? 4 cards.
It's 3. Yeah.
It's 3 cards.
If it's double super combo and then a 5K.
Oh well, yeah. If you have the super combos, then yeah. Draw 2. These cards are so good. I like them in green too, with the Majin Vegeta and the Overlord skill. That thing's really cute. So 15, 25, 40. And now what? You just pass, right? Or he's really gotta. So that's 15.
I think he has to get him to 2.
Or she's a 4K or a 5K?
4K.
So this is 14. That's 14. It's rough, man. You see him there, and you're just like, I see you. I know what you're trying to do. Oh man. I don't think Joe has enough to combo out. I don't see a lot of cards in his hand. His fingers are really close together. 24?
Eon can't have that many cards in hand either, though.
I agree. Oof. Ooh. She is a double striker. So this is 25. 30. That's it. That's game. On to game 2. That was interesting.
That was really weird.
That was maybe the mills just weren't as good as they wanted it to be, but I didn't expect it to end that way. Especially Joe having allied reinforcements on the board. You're in a winning position already when that guy comes out. So I guess it just comes down to cards in hand at that point. Sometimes you just don't have the cards. But I wonder, what do you side? Like, what do you side in this mirror if you don't have the Demigra SR from Draft Box 6, like you mentioned before? What do you side? Black Mass Saiyan? I know that's been a little popular, but I don't think it does enough. Like, it only really hits the Trunks and the Kai. It doesn't hit Vegeta because he's 19K. And it doesn't hit Allied either because he's 20K.
Yeah, well, the nice part is, like, with the Dark Power Black Mass Saiyan, is because it prevents, like, say Joe, like, slams it on 1. Eon's first turn mill gets affected.
Yeah.
He can't play the blocker, which means that Joe gets to progress further on his turn 2. He doesn't get the Kai, which is a free 10K. So, like, it does do a lot. I don't know if it gets sided in right now. It probably should. I think it should have been in the main board.
You think the Black Mass Saiyan should be in the main board?
Of the Jax, yeah.
Yeah?
I know Joe's gonna side in the Power Booster. Just because he wants that negate.
Well, the negate gets you back like a super combo, essentially, right?
Basically, yeah.
That's a really good card. And Joe seems like he's been staying at a high life total all day. Like, I haven't really seen him dip below 4 until like the late game.
Yeah, he wants to put himself to 4.
Yeah, exactly. I did notice that a lot. Like, there was one of his games where he was on stream earlier playing against Gotenks, and he went from 6 to 4 off of Splintering Mind.
Yeah.
And then he awakened and just did a whole bunch of stuff. It was just like, whoa.
But
But
the whole thing about Splintering Mind too is it is effective. It can represent 3 damage.
yeah, for sure.
Because it's the guaranteed 1, and then you just throw the chomp on it. You go all out.
Yeah, for sure. That card is interesting because it was a box topper from set 6 or set 5, and it was just like a throwaway card. Like, it was just like,
Let me tell you how happy I was when that card got bought out. because I bought a case of set 5, and I was like,
Dude, I had a lot of them too. Because back then, the box toppers were, was it 4 per box or 1 per box?
1 per box.
1 per box,
Yeah,
but in a
1 per
case you
box.
get 12 boxes.
Yeah.
Ipso facto, 3 play sets.
And like there was a lot of set 5 crap because set 5 came out the week before the first ever nationals, and we all were like, we need cards.
Yeah, there was a lot of set 5 cracked. Interesting new mechanics with Wish. That was a big set. Like,
Yeah, it was.
you know, love it or hate it, you know, Gogeta 7, all that jazz. Set 5 was a big set for the game because Wish was such a different mechanic, like from nothing that we'd experienced at that time. Like yeah, Overwhelm was good, but like just changing the whole awakening, you know, transition in the game was weird at that point.
I'm interested to see if we get another Awakened mechanic because like Wish was kind of effed up.
Well, we have the new ones.
Third, I wouldn't give the Unison play.
Yeah, the Unison, or if like Dredgeku and Vegito, if something dies.
The Auto Awakeners.
Yeah.
It'd be cool to see if we get a new keyword. You know.
I wanna like I want a keyword that you can heal life, man. Like
Like a Nekian related one.
something like that, man. Like I feel like I saw somewhere that rejuvenation was gonna be a new keyword in set 12. I don't know what the hell that's gonna do. Maybe I think it's okay to do that. Like I think if it's like once per game type thing, like once per game you can discard a card or discard 2 cards and put a card from your drop to your life. Like what's so wrong? What's so different from that? You know?
I don't think you could do it from drop. I think it would have to be a randomized card from like the top of your deck. Because,
That's fine.
What stops me from putting like the Dimension Magic?
That's fine. That's fair.
You know, it's Bandai, so they're either gonna break it or make it shit.
Right. I agree.
You're either gonna have to, I don't know, it's gonna either be super broken or you're gonna have to like discard 4 cards
Oof.
out of life.
That's a
That is
whiff.
bad miss.
That's a whiff. Yeah, it's okay. He's got the overrun play. See, my overrun play is Descendant into Return from Darkness. Because I still get the Burst 5.
Okay.
That's what I do. But I'm cheap and also don't want to pay $20 for that. So I still getting the same amount of cards in the drop area. See? Hold on. So at least he gets... Oh, okay. That's pretty good.
It worked out.
It worked out. So that's fine.
Rejects, man.
Rejects is... Like...
Consistency.
Yeah, like the fact that he puts 5 in the bin is what is so crazy. Like you get 5 chances, and you're playing 20. No, 4, 8, 12, 6, 20 cards, 16 or 20 cards that you want to play in. Thank God they have the unique keyword, man. Oh my lord.
Actually, could have been.
Oh man.
That leader actually would have probably been banned by this point. Though.
Yeah, I think so. Like that unique keyword was clutch.
I still think eventually the leader just eats a ban. I don't think they can consistently have a deck. Like I don't know how else you just hurt this deck anymore.
I think
I
that
think just hit the leader.
I think the only reason Bandai would ban him is because it's limiting play for other Black Saiyans.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to make another Burst 5 Black Saiyan leader.
There's no reason to. Like, there's no current reason to play this black leader.
I tried playing Gohan because I like Gohan,
That one's cool.
but it just doesn't, like,
It's not.
you're trying to do Vegek stuff in a worse leader.
Yeah.
You know, but it's fun to try it.
Also,
I mean,
that one's only on attack, right? It's attack. But
it's attack burst, yeah, that's why it's bad. The other one, the Goku one, I think is also attack burst, but he gets you 2 cards. He gets you a draw and he gets you a life.
Yeah, that one's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's good. I think he's so underplayed. Generic static double strike on a leader that can get huge
Look at that
is
elite descendant played by both players.
yeah. When a deck goes off, it goes off, man.
Consistency, man. So good.
I had on Untap once. I was playing on Untap, and their turn 1 was Burst 5, Time Agent, Vegeta, Trunks, Kai, and then it was Vegeta, Trunks, 3 in bin or 3 in drop, Overwhelm for Elite Descendant, Allied Reinforcements, Gotenks, Kai. So they had 2 Kais, a Trunks, a Time Agent Vegeta, and a Gotenks on board, and Allied Reinforcements was just sitting there. I was like, "Are you kidding me?" Interesting.
Something's going on.
Something's going on out there.
I think it's Kyle. Is he done top 4? How did the Gotenks mirror finish before the Vegeks mirror?
Because Grim Reaper comes out on turn 2. I think this is, even though these are both aggro decks, there's still a lot of skill involved, especially in a mirror, because it's one of those things where you know it so well that you know what you can die to and when you can die to it, that you need to stay away from that situation. He's gonna power burst on the Vegeta swing.
I think the Vegeta swing at the 3-drop Vegeta.
Huh.
I don't think he has 5 cards in drop.
He definitely
does
has.
that.
I'm like,
It was because-
you're joking.
Yeah.
You definitely have 5.
I say that type of stuff to Joe all the time.
Block. Yeah, you need to keep allied up. You just have to, right? But again, that's what I'm saying. Vegex is so good because he puts his Unison on board for free, which is something you have to deal with. He puts allied on the board, which is something you have to deal with. So you just ignore the leader. And then all of that life is just there for whenever you want to take. Oh, I just need to add more cards to my hand. Let me just take this life. Or I need to play Splintering Mind. Let me just burn you and add more cards to my hand. It's one of those things where it's you're, in this deck and in Gotenks, I think. Because Gotenks, you can't really attack their battle cards. So I think and anything that awakens early, so Vegito is another perfect example. Anything that awakens early and has a higher life total than expected, that's where your life now becomes an extension of your resources.
We're going to see Splintering Mind come out here.
Yep. He's going to snap. He's just going to take 2.
He's going to warp.
There's no counterplay for black, right?
No. Well, Rebellion.
Yeah, but there's no good counterplay for...
You're right. He didn't do the 2, or he's doing the 2 effect now. Yeah, warping the 1. And then throwing 29 at the Vegeta.
Yeah, it's just the sequencing was a little off, but obviously both players know exactly what they're trying to do. It's one of those things too, when your opponent has an understanding of what you're doing, it makes it a lot less awkward.
Has Joe milled this turn?
I believe no,
Yeah.
he has not.
Well, I guess he did. He just ended the turn. He wouldn't miss a leader activation, would he?
I don't think he milled
I don't. He might not have.
because unless he milled and whiffed,
Which
it's possible.
it is, but
Because I see 3 Kais in the drop. So did he combo those or
he also did charge 2.
Trunks's?
Yeah.
So he could have whiffed. Interesting. So Joe's at 6, and I think Eon's at 5, 4. I don't know. I'm not even gonna attempt to guess.
Can you toggle this circle thing at the top, the oval? That's covering his life.
Can I toggle it?
Yeah. So in the sources, I should ask.
You want me to try to move the screen?
No. See this thing, the circle. That's an element that was built into the stream. So I was gonna see.
Oh, if you want me to move it,
Yeah, I was gonna say, can you turn it off?
I can move the screen so we can see his life better.
Yeah. That way we're not just guessing and stuff.
Yeah, because I think Joe's board is a little cut out, but I think we're okay. Because we just need to see the life total.
Yeah.
So that looks like 7 or 6.
Okay.
And he's warping. He's overwhelming now. What is he overwhelming? Ooh, I love this card. The Nimbus for black.
Card's good.
I think he's really good. I think it's cute that you can evolve the ape on top of it too. Because he's a Bardock.
Yeah.
I don't see a lot of people doing that though, but
Which
I
ape? Will of Iron.
Will of Iron.
Will of
Yeah.
Iron. I was like, hold on. What ape are we using?
So he's at 6. He's at 6 probably. He can. This card being played with Overrealm, he's a 25k attacker, but now his opponent can only attack with battle cards once during his next turn. And even though Vegex does play a Unison, for the most part, he's doing his damage with his leader, his battle cards really, because of all the time agents coming in. So it does kind of slow the deck down. This is actually a really good side deck option against this matchup here. If you can afford to play it. Whether it's in the mirror or just any deck that's just siding good black stuff, pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a more effective Nimbus. I think though because you have to pay a black energy for it. It's gonna find its place in mono black decks. I don't really see multicolored decks playing black.
No, I experimented it with a like a blue black version of a deck, kind of like how we used to do blue black or Riddergarn.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still kind of interested in that version of the deck, but I don't think it's as relevant.
Yeah. I mean, if you can afford to charge black, I mean, if your super combo is not going to shut off, then sure.
And if you play Hole, you're good.
Right. Exactly. So yeah, something like that. Even Paragus for green, like
True.
you can charge a black. Most of these cards only need one black energy. You know, Brainwash No More only needs one black.
That is the third Trunks in this energy.
That's.
I'm gonna hear a lot about this game.
So he's going his leader into the Unison to knock him down to 4. He's gonna activate his. There's.
Hero Creator Absorbed.
Oh yeah, that's you have to play that card.
Hey, he hit the Trunks.
So now he can awaken. So do you use an energy for an Overwhelm or do you use an energy for your Unison here? He doesn't have a lot of cards left in deck, so I don't think he could afford to Overwhelm here. Because he wants to probably reshuffle everything back so he doesn't die to a deck out.
Probably activates Majin Buu.
Majin Buu would be good, but that would be end turn, right?
Well, he draws at the end of the turn, yeah, but he would tap the 1.
Yeah. What else can you play for 1? You could play your Unison for 1. You could play BMS for 1. You could play Haru Haru for 1.
Yeah.
Maybe you can throw depends on how many cards Eon has in his hand, but maybe you could throw a Champa.
It looks like that's his hand.
Right? So it looks like you could maybe you could throw a Champa at this.
Good.
Oh, or you could tap 3. There's the.
And he hits a Unison
Oof.
and the Vegeta.
Oh boy.
Bruh.
Just more plays.
What is Vegex?
And now he can awaken on tap. He's in no fear of decking out because once he hits his awaken, clearly has more than Sparking 20. As you can see, he only has 3 left in deck. So that's that effect of being able to reshuffle your drop into your. That's so good.
When you ignore a game's win condition, right?
Yeah.
Like in any
Yeah.
other game,
Yeah.
you deck out, you lose.
You basically get to play again. Like we all used to complain about Super Shenron taking a second turn, but this gets a whole nother game.
Yeah, basically.
And if you're lucky enough, probably back then, not as much now. If you were lucky enough back then pre-errata to shuffle all your Bibbities back into the deck, and then just use them again later,
Yeah.
that's insane. I mean, even the Vegeta now, though, even recycling that Vegeta super combo and just using it again,
This leader just does so much.
he does.
I think because this deck is what? It's been hit 4 times now.
Yeah, because the first time was the Universe 3 package, right?
Yeah.
Second time was the errata to bot Bibbidi. So it's been hit twice.
Oh, there's another one. The U3 errata,
The U3 errata.
and then ban. Maybe it's been 3 times.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, Turles.
Turles.
So-
But we got Goten now. Draft box Goten.
Oh, true. It's not as good as Turles, though.
I mean,
Turles
it kind of shows you that you're never going to get Turles back when that card comes out.
Turles was a mistake.
So this is pretty clutch here. I was counting before in one of Joseph's games before he sided this in game 2, and the way the board was, you could kind of calculate if your opponent was to, or it wasn't Joseph. It was actually played against Joseph, and
You can guess.
you can guess what their mills are going to be because you can see where the Vegetas are. You can see where everything else is. So I think in response to it, sure, it's fantastic because now if Eon does, burst Kai's or which he doesn't have any, if he bursts any Kai's or Trunkses,
He has to choose to
he's got to choose to not play. See, it's exactly what it just came up. There's a Trunks right there. So
one
he-
of the things about Vegex, and this is what I tell like my players and stuff, is that like the deck eventually reaches a point where you can guess their entire hand because you know their drop, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is like one of the deck's like downfalls is that you should be able to have oh god, he has Protector of the People too. Nice.
That's a good card.
That is a really good card in this matchup. Yeah, like you should be able like in the old days you used to be able to like map out how high your opponent could combo, right, with super combos and stuff. Now, maybe kind of messed up like the math of the game, but now try to see what they're doing.
So he trunksed before he bursted. That's why this is the way it is.
Gotcha.
And then he bursted this into play. Didn't elect to go trunks because BMS is out.
Yeah.
So I guess that he's just deciding what line of play he wants to take. But it looks like that's where we're at right
I
now.
would assume the play is the tap, crack the 3-drop, go into Splittering Mind, warp the 1-drop.
It depends on what he has in his hand too. Like if that's his hand, that's one card.
Yeah. Well, he only had 2 to start the turn. He could also attack, tap 2,
And get rid of this.
and like warp it. The fact that like a lot of people forget about.
I love that activate battle on Vegeta. I think it's so good, and people forget about it all the time.
Yeah. Eon can deal with the 2 problems this turn. He just has to top out for him. So like,
But do you want to tap out? And then Joe's going into turn 4.
I don't think he wants to either. It wants to do so. But,
I always get like a mini panic attack when I tap out.
yeah.
I hate tapping out.
Unless you're playing blue.
Yeah. Unless you're playing blue, I hate tapping out. I just get so much anxiety when I tap out. So I feel like most of my losses come when I tap out and try to be over aggressive when I really don't need to be in certain situations. But if he swings and activates battle, I would go ahead and can you get rid of allied? You can, right?
No, he has barrier.
Oh shit, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so that's the problem with the card. Like, there's no reasonable answer to it.
That's busted. He has barrier? Why? Why does he have barrier?
Mistakes, man.
I mean, I'm sure they had no idea Vegex was going to exist when they printed this card.
No.
So they're just like, oh, we forgot. So, alright, Elite Descendant. Do you just go lead here? Or do you go Gotenks is only sitting at 3.
I think you go lead here. I think you just kind of have
Or do you try to get Vegeta off the board?
the time agent.
Yeah.
I don't think it really matters.
Yeah, I think he went to lead. So sparking active.
Like sparking actives. He also now can play Splitter Mind next turn.
That's the other thing too, man. Just getting him out of the drop is so crazy.
His Splittering Mind.
So he's gonna go ahead and probably awaken.
I'm assuming this forced the dark power.
Yeah. Warp, take 2. He actually no, he can awaken. He's gonna mill first,
Well, he's gonna mill
and then awaken and do it again.
as long as he still has 7 cards in drop, he'll attack with the Splittering Mind.
This is Vegeta. For those of you that don't know what's going on, this card right here, oh, you can't see it, but on my screen, it's the card that's underneath the 2 Supreme Kais. That's Time Agent Vegeta, and it's in active mode. It's right next to Splintering Mind.
So,
So he does have plays.
I just want to know how many cards he has in graveyard, because that's what matters.
Well, he just bursted 5 and played 2, so that's at least 3. But he did overwhelm this turn, or did he? Yeah, he overwhelmed this turn, so he's probably only at 3 cards in drop right now. So he has to combo 4 cards to get Splintering Mind's sparking 7, right?
That's how he awakens.
Yeah. I wonder if you had to play the Trunks first because you had to bring out.
The 3-drop.
Yep. Oh, he has plenty of cards in his drop area. Swing. Splintering Mind into lead. But is he at 6 or is he at 7? I guess we'll find out now when he decides to take the life. Because if he's at 7, this does nothing for him. It just puts him at 6. I mean, I guess he could awaken because he has spark. If he has sparking 20, he could awaken.
I don't think he has.
But I don't think he has 20. And Joe could easily just block this. Yeah.
So he chose to not do the auto,
Interesting.
because the auto triggers before blocks. I guess it doesn't matter. Because they also did it after he should have in game 1.
So he was at 6. Okay. well, this game is taking significantly longer than game 1 did. It definitely does become a chess match after siding, I think. And this is only top 4.
Yeah. I like how
It
the
feels so much later than it is, though. It's only 6:20. It feels like it's 9 o'clock.
Yeah, it does. The mill, if the unison double.
Oh, that Haru getting milled kind of feels bad because he could have played it for more pressure.
Yeah.
I mean, if let's see, these are 10Ks. Give him. I would just go. I would go here. I would try to get this off the board and this off the board.
No, I think Eon kills him this turn.
He's at 3 or 4. He's at 3.
Right, so the leader.
Ooh, that's a good. This is a good card.
That's one I was trying to get Joe to play.
Yeah. And then he mills 4, right?
He can. It's optional. I would have milled 4.
Yeah, because if he decks out, he could just reshuffle. It doesn't look like he's gonna do it though. Getting rid of the splintering mine from the drop area is so clutch because obviously Joe has his allied reinforcements already on the board, so you could telegraph that's his next play next turn. But if he has another one in hand, it's just as easy as comboing it away and then having it there.
Yes, I was gonna say. So Joe's at 3. Eon swings pressure to pressure him to 2, and then the unison has double strike.
Yeah.
And like outside of the 1-drop extra card that he plays, his combo stuff is all 0 plus something.
Eon, you can see he has Power Burst in hand, leaving the energy up probably for next turn.
Did Joe combo or did you take it?
I don't think. What is he milling 2 for?
Extinction attack. I don't know why we're just doing it now.
Yeah, why are we just doing it now? It's weird. That's so weird. Because. Interesting. Because Joe comboed. Just Trunks wasn't here in the drop. He comboed that Trunks. There's a lot of looking at drop, looking at warp going on right now. This unison has not been upticked yet. So this is 15. This is
40. Extinction attack was on the Vegeta leader. On the Vegex leader.
Oh, okay.
This is 45. Asking if you overrun this turn.
Well, yeah. How else would he be there?
Pretty sure he tapped it.
Uptick. So 15K double strike. Did he pitch? He pitched the Power Burst. Interesting.
That's because Ian recognizes that he probably just wins. He wins here. Unless Joe's hand is like the stones. But, like, how good could a 5-card hand really be, you know?
It depends. I mean, if Iana decides not to combo up and put even more pressure,
Sparking. Okay.
and then you get a Kai, that's another 10K. So he's got 2 10Ks on board. Or he's got a 10K on board, a 10K in hand. I don't know if he dies here. What's his other threat?
Listen, I know myself. I would swing that trunk sideways and combo the world.
You think so?
Yeah, I play aggro like an animal. And if my hand is remotely good, I think I'm going in.
All right. So if you want, let's play devil's advocate. All right. If he swings with Trunks, we know he has 20K right here.
Yeah.
So that'd be 24. We know he pitched a Power Burst off of Unison to uptick, and he only had 3 cards in hand when he did that. So he has 2 cards left in hand. If they're 5Ks, you're maxing out this Trunks at 34.
Unless they're both Kais.
Unless they're both Kais.
Or a Bibbidi. Because I think he bled a Bibbidi earlier as well.
Okay. So worst case scenario, he'll be a 34.
Yeah. So like, if I'm looking at my hand as Eon, knowing I'm up a game,
You're just gonna go for it?
I think sometimes you gotta play to win. Like,
Do you want to go into time in top 4?
the Jacks, I don't think they're gonna go into time. If it does, it goes to turns. Also, I don't know if the shopkeeper here does time in Top Cut.
We do. Today we do.
Thank God.
Yeah, we have to today because of COVID restrictions.
True, actually.
Otherwise,
Yeah, Eon's counting out the play in his head.
that's exact. If I can't ensure at least
Because here's the thing, he ditched the power burst, right?
thinking he would have game,
Knowing that he can't survive the crackback.
right?
So why not just pass?
Well, you got to
No,
remember.
Sorry, why not just go for game? Like, why
Well,
pass?
he was probably going to go for game off of his unison with double strike,
But you still have to have the backup plan.
I guess.
I don't know.
I don't think he has enough. He doesn't have enough to shotgun into the trunks.
That's a bibbity. He passed.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he didn't have enough to shotgun into the trunks because he's probably counting. Okay, he's got 10K on board. He has 10K in hand. You know, this would only be 34.
There was 17 players. Olair, the Uji guy.
Oh yes, there were 17 players. Yes,
Yeah,
to answer your question,
which isn't bad.
Olair the Oogie.
Yeah, I want to know how it's pronounced. Can you type it out in phonetics for me?
So he's sparking. He gets a Kai. So see, that's 10, 20, 30. He has one in hands. That's 30K on board. And Eon's at 3, 4, 3.
No, it might be 4. He went from 6 to 4 last turn. Right?
Yeah, it's so hard to see because of the black sleeves, but he might be at 4. I feel like he might have taken a life or something.
What could he have taken a life for? Trunks. He might have taken.
He might have taken a life for Trunks to go to 3 to get an extra card.
For the 17th player. Which of the decks in top 16?
Only top 4, guys. Only top 4. Why am I typing? We're only doing top 4. We're not doing top 16. So if that was a joke, haha.
Rip the 5th player.
Yeah. So shout out to Kevin. He bubbled out again.
Who would have had a different or diverse top cut? 2 Jacks and 2
Go tanks. Yeah. 2 go tanks. 2 Vijeks.
So no matter what, your finals is Go Tanks versus Vijeks, boys.
That's right. That is correct.
The 2 most consistent decks.
29-39.
Luigi to swing.
He's on a. Thank you.
Hey!
Thank you.
Beautiful.
I can actually do this.
We return it to where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, because I need to see Joe's. So 39 currently. Is that it? You stop there?
I mean, he's got.
He can't Splintering Mind because he's only got 1 life. But Allied is still a 20K swing.
Champa in hand too. Like that's.
He's trying to get him to 1. You could definitely see he's trying to get him to 1. He has Mira in hand, doesn't he? Oh no, he bursted Mira.
Yeah, I'm saying he could have Mira and Champa in hand.
No, but he bursted Mira.
He plays more than one.
He plays more than 1? Oh, if he plays 2, then he plays 2.
Hold on, make me go.
So uptick on he pitched the secret rare ball to uptick. Oof, so 15, 25, 35, 45 double strike.
He did give this double, right?
50. He did give this double. Yeah. 50 double strike. I don't think he has it.
He actually breaks it if he has a 5K.
That's 35.
He has a Bibbidi in hand.
Oh,
That's why I was saying like he should have gone for game.
I don't think so. I don't think he had. Are you sure he has a Bibbidi in hand?
Told you.
Oh, okay. So 30,
50.
50,
5K breaks it.
5K. He has 5K.
He has to have.
He has to have 5K. But then you know what? Does he lose off of leader and
Whatever Joe has in hand.
Yup.
Yeah.
because you go here first because you let him take that and then you just combo into your big guy.
Joe also can sack it to summon. Like he can summon Splintering Mind, just not go for the auto.
Yeah, sure. He still gets an attack here and an attack here, and then if he wants to, he can Splintering Mine.
He has 2 cards in hand too.
But you can't really see
Tell
what
me
they
my
are.
man has Mirror in hand. He's being a dick.
No, I don't think so. I think he would have played it. He does have the Champa, or the Kai rather. So 30 double.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Game 3.
Game 3.
Let's see what
No,
happens.
wait.
Game 3.
I thought Joe won game 1.
No, Ian won game 1.
Oh, he did? Oh, game 3!
Wrong hand.
I wonder how much time is in the round. There can't be a lot of time left in the round.
Yeah, that makes sense. We're gonna card draw.
There cannot be a lot of time left in the round. I'd be surprised if there's more than 10 minutes left in this round. I'd be surprised if there's more than 10 minutes left in this round.
So Brohan, it would probably go to highest life total because you can't have a draw on top cut.
That's actually a really good question.
I'm assuming we would go back to the old ARG rules for time that you would call it at highest life. If life is tied, you go to highest deck. And then if that's tied, you go to most cards in hand.
I would just do like sudden death, honestly. Just to make it spicy, make it interesting. I would go...
The problem is you favor the person who's currently going. I don't know.
You think so? I would go after turns if it's tied.
Jacks? Yeah, I think you favor the person who's active turn.
So what I would do...
So you roll, decide who turns.
What I would do, since they're both playing Vijeks, right? I would make it interesting. What I would do is after turns, I would tell both players to decide and shuffle their decks as if they were going to play a game 1. And then whoever has the best mill off of the leader, whoever plays the most time agents off the leader, wins the game. That's what I would do. But they have to mill one card at a time per person. So like Eon would go first, then Joe would try to match.
Oh, that's terrible. You can't do that.
Yeah, that would be hilarious.
That's how you get blown up on social media.
That's hilarious. That's what I would do. Just for the lulz.
Shot needs the support it can get.
Just for the lulz. No, there definitely can't be a tie in top cut, so we just have to figure something out. It's probably highest life total.
Highest life, yeah. Bring out those old Jim McMahon rules.
Yeah. I wonder how he's doing.
I just opened a candy shop.
Top 2 in locals once was 2 Janemba. Oh, that sounds painful.
Sounds like the Atlantic City PPG finals.
That's those. No, I hate Janemba. I hate that deck. So to this day, man. Even if it's bad right now, I still hate it. All right, here we go. Game 3, boys.
My teammate Derek hates Janemba. And the greatest part is whenever a good blue card comes out, I'm like, hey, Derek,
Janemba.
Janemba. He's like, I hate you.
Oh man. They must roll and mill. What? They must roll and mill the roll each time.
Can I tell you my favorite event finals of all time? Dehan Hardesty at I think.
Wasn't it Atlanta?
No, well he won Atlanta too, but this isn't. It was the event before Atlanta. I think it was in Orlando.
Yeah, Orlando was before Atlanta. That's when everybody had their issues with their flights. First 5, he hits a Kai, right?
You're thinking of the Orlando celebrations.
Oh yeah,
That
celebrations.
was after.
Okay, okay.
I was one of those players who were screwed up.
Ooh, he can't. I didn't see him there.
Yeah.
No Kai for you.
That's on watch. Yeah, so Dehan played the finals. He was playing Janemba. And he just kept his leader sideways the entire time. When his opponent was like, why are you not untapping your leader? He's like, I'm just going to attack you.
I'm just gonna attack you every time. Why?
Email too.
Yeah.
He's like, it's over, dude.
Why waste my time resetting my leader? I thought it was snowing outside for a second. I almost had a heart attack.
Oh my god, that'd be terrible.
Oh, hitting the boo. I like hitting the boo off the burst, but he can't do anything because. Do you want to pitch 2 cards off Black Mass Saiyan here?
No.
Because that would be 4, right? It'd be 2 for each, right?
Yeah.
That's a lot. I mean, if you have the hand size, maybe, but
Black Mass Saiyan should have been an SR.
you think so?
Yeah, if you go back and look at the set 5 SRs, that card could have been an SR.
I mean, you had a Black Mass Saiyan SR, you had a Yamcha SR, you had Gogeta, you had
There's only 2 good SRs in that set.
Gogeta.
Android 17, Super 17.
Super 17 was in that set. That was when they had the really weird foiling too.
Is that Kyle? Come back.
They had that weird shatter foil for the SRs, which looks kind of garbo.
It hurts me that my favorite card in the art that I like the most for it is Shatterfoil only.
That's worse than what I said.
Oh God. No.
Why? No, you're basically just leaving it to die roll then. Just die roll.
Never return to that local.
Just die roll at that point.
I-
So you guys got he's got a board here.
He doesn't have to worry about Black Messiah.
No. He's got a board, man. This is a board. Nope. Oh, we could attack into him, sure. I thought he was gonna try to tap 2 and warp it.
He's gonna go live. No, okay. That's okay. You just go face or not face. You go into the battle card here. Joe has nothing.
He's at 8 though. It's so early. They had more fun than playing the mirror. I don't know. This mirror, I don't know about fun, but definitely skill intensive for sure. It's not a.
I think he's saying that the whole die rolling thing for Janembo, like,
Oh.
is more fun than the
Yeah, I could. Yeah, I would. No, I would not want to play that mirror. You know, what was a brutal mirror too, man. The Broly, the green Broly BR, the starter deck Broly.
Oh, I hated
That mirror was brutal. It was like whoever got their piece first won.
I played that deck at one local, played the mirror, and went, I'm never playing this deck again, and sold it.
Yeah, that deck was. I just can't play green. Green does not agree with me. I tried Gotenks and it just didn't work. So I was like, I should just not play green. The best green deck I've ever played was Chilai Wish with the Gohan stuff. Like the Plea for Salvation into 4-drop Gohan, draw 2 cards, and then slap down
7-drop boy.
the 7-drop. Yeah, that was the best green. That was so much fun.
My buddy Brian, shout out Brian Reed. He played that deck a good amount.
That deck was fun. And then I had the Fu. Was it Dark Banisher Fu? Overwhelm for 4, and yeah. Him with Gohan was GG's because they can't combo with anything 3 or less. It was A1. Alright.
It's interesting because these decks don't build a hand.
No.
Like, every other deck in the game builds a massive hand.
Well, they play different. Their resources are from deck to drop to board, so it's different.
This is the closest thing we'll have to the dredge mechanic from Magic.
Yeah.
And I really hope I'm correct about that. If they produce actual dredge in this game, that's going to be a problem. The reason it's one of the most hated mechanics in Magic.
Is his Unison? Yeah, he upticked. He's at 3. So he's really trying to get Allied off the board, man.
So, like, here's the thing. If he doesn't kill the 3-drop, Joe's able to just swing with it, immediately sack it for the Splintering Mine that's in the graveyard.
Splintering Mind wouldn't trigger Black Massain, right? It's not a keyword.
Yeah, well, it's also a 19k.
It's a 19k.
But it warps the Black Massain, so Joe can then do what he wants to do.
I guess it's a crucial.
This is the correct thing.
It's a crucial card in the matchup here. So I wonder, is that 35 or is that 25?
I imagine it has to be 35.
You think so?
Yeah, I feel like at this point, like, he can't have that many cards in hand.
Yeah, that's 35. He's got 3 cards in hand. That's 35 into Allied. But does I mean, if he combos out, he's left with no hand, kind of. And he still has Black Massain. I would give up a Black Massain to try to kill Allied. Knowing my opponent can't combo out. There's 30. There's 35. He needs 5 more. Yep. Okay. So I would just turn sideways, take a life, make him 15k, and just combo a 5k. Joe has 2 cards in hand.
As long as it doesn't.
Or maybe combo more than 2. Maybe combo more than. I would probably throw another card at it. Make it a 25. I'd make him a 25. 25 I feel like is the sweet spot. Because if Joe combos out, he's probably going to burn his last 2 cards in his hand. And then he has to really rely on good mills and Splintering Mind getting him gas off of his life. Oh, Ian's got a Power Burst in his hand, so definitely he has a non-combo card. Oh, there it is, 25. Yep, that's it. That's good. That's it. I think that puts you ahead now too, because Joe only has 2 cards in hand. If Allied died and he still had like 6 cards in hand, 5 cards in hand, it's different.
Now, one thing he honestly can do, so Black Massain doesn't make it a cost to summon the cards to discard to. If Joe dumps his hand, mills, and then hits everything,
right, he could play them. Right. That's probably what you have to do here. Well, no, you go leader into Black Mass Saiyan before you mill.
Yeah.
He's only a
You can
5K.
combo the cards here. But like, you know, the sparks the or I mean, you don't have the spark, but you use power burst.
That's fine. Power burst. Tap it. Yeah. Get the Kai back.
Who won the Gotenks mirror?
I don't know. I don't know. That's interesting. We're gonna have to find out. So he got back the Kai, right? I didn't see. I mean, obviously that's what you grab,
Yeah. Yo, the clutch play would be good. A second Dark Black Mass Saiyan.
right? Now what do? Do you risk it? I mean, does he have any Vegetas in Warp? Okay. Uptick. Okay.
Slam it in.
Oof, another power burst. Jesus. I mean, now at this point, you have to risk the mill and hope you hit a Vegeta, and not anything else.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh. Or hit nothing. That works.
Three of the Kais, man. That's really rough.
He plays 3 or 4 in the main.
He plays.
I know that's what Markle was playing. Markle was playing 4 Champas in the main.
I think everyone should just be playing.
I was playing 4. It just felt like a good time. I could give everything double strike. Sure. I wanted to try Kraken Space Time, but Kraken Space Time was only good for your leader.
I don't know if I tried it in Jackson. I played it in Dark Broly, and it wasn't the greatest.
Dark Broly has its own crack though. It has like that Dark Stinger card or whatever.
Yeah, I think that gives one of the. Does it give the leader double?
It gives either your leader or your battle card a 10k and then another card 5k. So you can give him 15.
That's right.
So you make him a 30 off of that one card. Because Dark Broly can really only swing with the 6 drops. Which is fine, it's 30k. I like that deck a lot. I like that Dark Broly deck a lot.
It's really cool.
I think it's
Seems
really...
like the nice budget deck of the format.
Yeah, but now that the SR jumped up to like $20.
Budget, yeah.
Yeah, it's not
There's
budget.
no cheap deck in the format.
Yeah. Well, there is, just nobody wants to play it.
Jax?
No, Gohan Icarus is super cheap.
True. King Gohan is also cheap.
Reboot Gohan? Yeah, that you can build that deck for like $20.
Yeah.
And now with the Goten, you could do the Godly Majesty play. You don't have to play Awakened Instincts.
You also have access to the 75 SR from the draft box.
Yeah, he reduces his cost by 3, right? So he's a 2-drop. Yeah, that card is gas. That card is so gas.
Pretty sure if you had told me in set 1 that they were going to release a 2-drop triple striker, I probably would have just quit there, actually.
Yeah, but it's a 2-drop triple striker, but you have to be at 3 life. So I know it's easy for Gohan to get to 3, but you still have to get there. Somebody's having a party. Alright, let's see. Alright, so he's playing the hard. I love this card. Yeah, for sure. But Joe's at 7, right? Or is that 8? 7?
7. He sparked a power burst.
Yep.
I just give cards, the Joe cards. He has to
You kind of have to, right? Like,
Well, yeah, I mean, there's no other way to win the game against Jax. You have to kill them. Which someone would be like, what do you mean? You have to kill everybody. But I play for deck out way too often.
yeah. That's an alternate win con, man. The deck out. That's so underrated. So slept on.
I used to play Invoker, and I used to tell people that I'd deck them out. They'd be like, no, I'm gonna deck you out.
instead of Victory Strike, I have a $400 card in my deck, but I'm gonna deck you out
I
instead.
can burn you, I can Victory Strike you, I'm just gonna deck you out. I wouldn't baby, I'm just gonna deck you out.
Oh man, that's rough.
Eventually you stop doing things.
Yeah. Did he burst anything? No, he hasn't bursted yet. Now he's bursting. Oof.
I feel like he just takes
Oh,
that Trunks.
no, I don't think so. He doesn't really
He
have.
has to go to 4 then, though. I don't know what his hand is. But his hand's not good.
He hasn't really bursted well though. He's got 2 Vegetas in charge.
Yeah. It's not a good. It's not looking Millhouse.
He hasn't really had good bursts. It's kind of rough. What do you do?
Has
Like,
he milled the secret rare?
I don't think so.
Because honestly, That's how he buys himself back into the game here. Because
'Cause
Eon also does not have a hand.
It reduces cost by 1 for each card. Battle card, right? And you could play it for a minimum of 1?
0.
You can play it for 0.
It doesn't have a specified energy cost.
You can't play it for 0. It has a 0 in the top left corner?
It doesn't have a dot. It reduces from 7 to 0.
No, but I'm saying, like on the card itself, it doesn't have a cost?
It's 7, but the cost reduces. I'll show you. That card is the team logo.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking
It goes down from 7 to
about.
0.
Okay, yeah, that's savage. Okay, so he hits
Okay, that card's the ellipsis team logo.
he hits the unison off of the mill.
And then taps 3.
Gotcha, bro, Han. Thank you for that clarification. We really appreciate that. Yeah, I wasn't in the game when that card came out, so it's a lot of stuff.
A little bit of a break, right?
I took about a year. I took about a year off.
House or something. Grown adult man over here.
Yeah, we moved up to PA, and I had to take a break. But everything's cool now, and I'm back.
Well, if you're still doing the podcast,
Yeah,
bring it back on.
I will. I will.
Which hunted some card that eventually got banned? Was it Childfish?
Probably.
It was Childfish.
We had a long conversation about Child's Wish and World's Peace at one point. Let's see. Yep, reluctant.
It's fine.
Can he take? Is it up to 2 or it's 2?
It's 2. He'll go to 3 here.
But he could
Actually,
wait.
how many cards? Oh, he's awakened already.
He's already awakened.
He's already
He doesn't have to take life though, right? But he wants to because it's a burn, right?
Honestly, I think what he does here is he swings into.
It's 19, right?
19.
So I would just go 19 into here, force him to use the blocker.
Yeah. And then he has the mill on the awakened side, right?
He hasn't milled yet, no. At least I don't think. No, he hasn't yet. I would force the blocker on the time agent, or just
Yeah.
if the time agent dies, he dies, and then force the blocker on the
He might
unison.
hit the unison.
Yeah.
I don't know how many markers the unison's at.
It looks like maybe 3.
As long as it's not within range of ulting, he shouldn't care. Because like that is a horrifying card to deal with when it ults.
Yeah. Yeah, that dual attack 25k and then double strike from the leader. That's sickening.
Here comes the mill.
Here comes the reset.
And I'm pretty sure he gets the full mill too, which is absurd. I think the draw.
Put him to 0. That's awesome.
If anything, he might be milling like only. He might have like missed 1 or 2, but it's not like he's missing like 3.
We'll find out here. Let's see, 1.
2, 3. That's still pretty good. And I would take the life. No, I guess not.
Well, I would because your super combos are 4 life.
Sure. Yeah.
So I would take the life and go to 4, just to turn my super combos back on, which you have a good chance of redrawing now, because you shuffled your deck, your drop into your deck
He's
again.
gonna kill the unison.
Yeah. Block.
Oh, he's gonna kill the blocker. Yeah.
I would just pass.
Yeah, nothing else really for him to do here.
He's got a blocker. He's got a
He
10k on
used it
board.
overwhelm already. Oh, he can't. He has 1 card
Yeah,
though.
but he played Elite Descendant this turn, so he
No,
overwhelmed.
I think he tapped 3 for the Vegeta.
Did he?
Yeah, because he has no energy opener now. I think he just tapped 3 for that.
So, no, he tapped 1 for Splintering Mind.
After awakening.
That's savage. You can only do that against black decks. You can't do that against green or blue.
Bro,
Tap 3 and get counterplayed.
bro, he did it. So we played last night, and I'm playing Soul Striker. He went Elite Descendant. I went Trunks, and he went, all right, cool. Tap 3, play this, and I was like, you're an animal.
Yeah, you got to do it sometimes. I wouldn't hit the Elite Descendant though. I would hit whatever he tries to bring in. Because what does Elite Descendant do for you besides bring in your Vegeta? You know what I'm saying? So you'd have to play it in the second window though, right?
Yeah.
The counterplay.
Well,
Yeah.
you would play it. So Elite Descendant would play, and then his auto activates. Then
Then
Trunks.
so you blind Trunks basically,
I
right?
just didn't want to give him a card to attack me with.
Yeah, that's true.
If he's got the dude in hand, he's got the dude in hand. But
So Eon's not awakened yet. I
no,
just realized
he
that.
should be nearing 20 cards to drop though.
with, well,
Also playing Lyra Greater Absorption.
yeah, I think you have to. That's just a good finisher. Just a swing for you could. It's so easy to pressure somebody to one nowadays.
That card is the first card I ever wanted banned in this game. Outside of like, the obvious ones like Mecha and SS3.
Yeah, I mean Mira. Yeah, Mira probably deserves to take a hit, especially because he has deflect.
Mira knocked me out of 3 consecutive top 4s.
That card's savage. I mean, charismatic villains answers him very easily, but
Yeah.
you have to have it, right?
Start playing green just so I can kill the Mira.
Yeah. So he got rid of he forced the blocker on either the Unison, probably the Unison, because he's only sitting at one marker. So now
He blocked the. Are you talking about Joe? Joe blocked the leader. 'Cause he has to.
Oh yeah.
He has to, or the Vegeta eats it.
Oh, with the tap two.
Yeah. So if he doesn't block, then Eon just taps the 2. That eats the Kai. And then the Awaken. Gives it 20 cards to drop.
So is that a lot? Because he's a bibbity. That's fine. Because you could just play another allied reinforcements next turn and just get him back again.
Is it allied? I think I'm thinking of the magic card.
It's allied reinforcements.
I know same thing that it's reinforcements. I keep thinking time late, but that's a magic card.
No, it's allied reinforcement. I know because I tried winning an auction on him several times and I always get outbid. I'm not paying full retail for that guy.
Fair.
What else can he do here? His Unison's sitting at 2. I don't think he's upticked yet.
I don't think so. I think he's killing his Unison.
Yeah. Tapping 2.
Buy back with Phil. Probably grabbing Bibbidi.
Oh, Fu is 2?
Phil is 2.
Yeah, I would grab the...
Bibbidi is the other one. But like he's at 6.
I'd grab the other super... Oh, yeah, he's at 6. I guess you grab Bibbidi.
He just defend here.
You know what's funny? He plays the Vegex, the 6 and 7 drops, and we haven't seen him go into it once. I wonder if after this tournament he would cut him from his deck.
Yeah.
I wonder like how much, if at all, if those cards did any work for him today, because they're decent. Like the 6 drops at 25k that gets you back a card,
He
and then
also plays the whatchamacallit one.
the champ pack one, right?
Yeah.
But that's the one that comes in. He comes in free, right? If you have no board or something.
That's the Rios one that when him and Marco played in the finals, and Rios did like that God Mill where he summoned 6 cards. Or he summoned 5 cards. All 5 cards or something he could summon.
Yep. That's crazy. 4 energy, 5 life, and Eon's at 6. Actually, he's at 5 also.
Yeah, he is.
So this is pretty close here. 1, 2, 3. Alright, there's the trunks. I go to 4 here. I take the life and go to 4.
Just to try and find
Just to turn on. He has a super combo in hand, so I would just have that active.
And again, hopefully find like a play for this turn.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't really have much. Unless he's got an overrun.
I wouldn't overrun. That's a lot of cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Plays 50.
He plays 50?
I was trying to push him to 55, but
I don't, dude, honestly, I don't like anything more than 50. It just feels weird.
math-wise, 50 to 52 is about the same for like the ratios.
Yeah, I guess that's fine. Like in a best of 1, if you want to play a 52 card deck, I'm fine with it. But you know, you got a 15 card sideboard.
I know my friends Ben and Jason, Ben Ferris, Jason Scott, and a couple other people from Florida do 55 for their rejects list because they play like straight overall aggro. Like,
okay.
On a mission every turn, just punching you.
Yeah, you definitely have to play more than 50 if you want to overrun every turn. I think
They said
Vegex.
we're not resetting because we're not getting that far.
Yeah, I think Vegex works better as a reset though than as a heavy overwhelm deck.
Fair.
So okay. So he's tapping 1 for Black Mass Saiyan. Ooh, 2 Black Mass Saiyans. And go, sir. Have fun. Well, he could easily get rid of one of them, right? Because he's got.
Is he activate main or activate battle once per turn? I don't think Eon's gonna tap 4.
He's activate battle 2 once per turn.
Okay, this one's
and he warps. I think it's 3 or less.
There's the tournament pack on Jax. Or no, that's the champ pack.
That's the champ bank one, yeah. The tournament pack one, I think, is a 5-drop.
That's the Deadly Defender one, right?
I think so. Yeah, if he's tapped, yeah.
Which is a weird card to give an aggro
Yeah,
deck.
it's so weird.
Why did they give an aggro deck a Deadly Defender?
I don't know. Why did they give an aggro deck free blockers when I look at freaking this and freaking Broly?
Yeah, you remember when that free blocker became a 15k too? U3, man.
No, even with pre-errata, like Trunks could swing for a game if you had 2 Bibbities.
Is he? I'm just gonna discard 4 here. Because it looks like he's trying to play.
Maybe he wants to put himself to 4 for his super combos also.
Well, he's gonna have to discard cards if he plays the.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to. Let's see, 1. Yeah, he's gonna rip 4. He only has 5 cards in hand.
I don't know why.
Nah, he's not. Yeah, he's not doing it. That's just no. That's not smart. Because yeah, okay, you take a life. You want to get yourself down to 4 to turn on your super combos because you want to kind of stay with your opponent, but at the cost of 4 cards. I don't know. He's blocking leader swing here. That's 15 into 4. I would just tap 2 on the Vegeta here just to get rid of one of the BMSs.
I agree.
I wonder if he upticked. It's interesting. I always like.
You know, yeah.
I always miss to see like when they're upticking or not.
What
But
is better?
you're not gonna turn him sideways without upticking because he's only a 5K.
That'd be the major disrespect.
Yeah, right. Oh, here's just a whole bunch of Kais. I like that unison though. I think he's really good.
Card is really good, yeah. The fact that upticks 2 is really strong.
Yeah, uptick 2, but it's only a 5K. That's what hurts.
Oh yeah, I mean anything could kill it, but like.
I hate that the black unisons are 5Ks. Like the cool ones, like the SS4 ones, are all 5Ks. It's like they're so hard to stick. It's like it's like, especially the Gohan one, right? Like I see the Gohan unison as I'm not playing him before turn 3.
Yeah,
Like I'm not playing him.
I think the whole thing with them being like such low power is the fact that they don't have a specified call.
Yeah, I get it, but like, come on, I can't slam him down on turn 1. Like I gotta wait. He's basically replacing my 4-drop in the deck.
Yeah, I think they honestly just add black specified calls to the unisons. Not like errata them, but like from now on, like if you make one, just put a black.
Yeah, I mean
It
we're
can be.
we're already seeing some, not specified costs, but specified black energies. So that's just right around the corner. But I feel like if they make an archetype or if they make black specified only like cards, it's probably gonna be busted.
Give it time, man. Black. I'd be okay with black moving away from being the toolbox color.
I would also. I think black has enough legs to stand on its own now. It's definitely moving in that direction. So he's taking 2 off the. He took 2 off the unison, right? Yeah. Oof. He has enough energy to activate battle and mirror Champa, and Champa. That's what I'm saying.
This eats the food. Hit a Kai too.
Oof. He's at 2. Wait. He's got to mill 2 more, right?
He doesn't have to. It's optional. It's up to 4.
Oh, off of the shuffle? No. Oh, this is up to 4. I thought he was doing
Yeah.
leader skill. That's my bad.
Nah, he extinction attacked.
So he just mills enough to put him to 0 so he can reshuffle.
And 30k. Mills another. Mills. Oh, I see. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
and then he would have to discard a bunch of
Yeah,
cards.
which we're not going to do because there's 2 of them on the board. I think I tap 2 here to remove one of them. Unless he has Champa.
He probably has Champa.
So that's 24 and 15 is what? 49? 39?
Yeah. No, wait. 24, 39. Yeah, you're right. Math.
Yeah, so 39. Single strike. And that's 35. 45? Why would he combo the mirror? Just combo. Wait.
Did we
What?
miss something number-wise?
He had that extra card which gives him 15, right?
Yeah. I think we did miss something. Well, hold on.
Because he comboed Reluctant
34, 39.
and he comboed the extra card. So that would be 50, so 29, 34, 39.
Yeah.
Maybe the Kais weren't 10Ks? No, they have to be 10Ks. He's got 2 cards in hand. I think he overcomboed there.
I don't know why he would.
I think he overcomboed there. Unless...
Is there something we're just missing?
Because he milled the Kai off of the extinction, right? But he didn't free play it because of Black Messian.
Correct.
And when he swung with the Vegeta, he activate battled for the whatever they call the ISR, whatever they're called, the infinite attack rares, which is 15K, right? So he had 20K combo worth of power, or 20K power worth of combo on his 19. That's 39.
Joe
I think
loses the game here.
I think Joe might have over comboed here.
I think so too. But yeah, Joe loses the game off this.
He's at 2 life.
He just comboed Splittering Mind.
Ah, the burn combo.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he can't go into Splintering Mind. Allied is not on the board.
Yeah, it is. It's right there.
That's not a combo card?
No.
Oh, shit.
He comboed out. Maybe he doesn't die.
He comboed out. Oh, but he got rid of his
It doesn't matter anymore.
Black
He
Messian.
needs to not die.
Yeah.
What's crazy is if he survives this, Joe has a chance to win on the crackback.
Mm-hmm. He's
He's
gonna take
Joe
2,
cards in hand.
put himself down to 3. Burn 1. No negates, no combos, just 19K. He already overwhelmed this turn? He didn't overwhelm this
Yeah,
turn.
he did. Elite send it.
That's right. 20K. You gonna activate Majin Buu? He doesn't have a card to discard. Mission accomplished? Oof.
No, it looks like he has a card to discard. It looks like there's a card right here. See?
Can Joe do 3 damage this turn? He can't Splintering Mind because he's only at 1.
What's that one card in hand, man?
Power Burst? Right? You would think.
Who?
Eon?
Oh, yeah. I was curious what Joe's last card in hand is. It's been a good mirror.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. If he's nice and he can rip the Unison somehow before activating leader skill, then that would be great. But I don't know if that's going to happen. Ooh.
He should have.
I would have just tapped 5 for him. Oh, maybe not.
These bills, man. What the fuck is the Jax?
So 15K double strike. No cards in hand. Pressure with leader first. Or unless he has power burst. If he has power burst, then you're going to have to swing with your trunks. Because he only has 2 cards in hand, right?
Depends like what that card is.
He has to uptick his leader. He has to uptick the Unison, though. He didn't uptick the Unison.
That
So-
one card in hand might be better.
No, I'm saying he's going to uptick his Unison.
Well, like, what if that card's made on the mission?
Oh, yeah, that is true. I mean, even if he swings now and combos the Kai, that's still 15K double strike. Or what if... The only other overwhelm that he plays is Mira, which is not double strike, and Secret Identity, which is not double strike.
Buyback with Fu.
You
Absolutely
gotta get a
disgusting
super...
card.
I would get a super combo. If he's...
No, Ian warped the Fu. That's right.
Oof. What's that card,
What is the
bro?
card
What
in
is
your
that card
hand?
in your hand, dude? Suspense is killing me right now.
You bleed against me at my kitchen table. You can bleed here.
Ooh. Oh man. Show me the power burst. Survey says. What?
It's the same difference. It doesn't. Yeah. 35 double strike. 25. 30. That's game. Wait. How did
He super comboed to 25.
in combo to 30? Joe was at 35, right? No, he was at 25.
He was at 25. He
25.
didn't uptick his leader.
Well, the uptick wouldn't have done anything. He discards a 10k. Combos, the highest he reaches is 25 anyways.
I don't know why didn't he tap 5
He should have tapped 5.
to give him 5 markers, down tick to give him dual attack, and then like at that point, what are you afraid of at that point? You still had the Kai on board, so he still would have had an extra 10k. And the Kai in your hand, like who cares at that point? You just tap out for it. Yep. Well, that's the match. That's our top 4 match. Obviously, with that happening there, Eon's gonna go into finals. I gotta find out who won the Gotenks mirror for finals, but maybe some questionable plays during the end of the game there. I feel like if Joe would have tapped out, 5 energy to play his unison, he would have had 4 markers on it. He would have been able to neg 4, giving him plus 20k and dual attack, and then his leader would have given him double strike. So he would have essentially been able to swing twice more, and Eon only had 2 life. So he did have the extra combo card on the board. It would have been a 35k attack with double strike, and for some reason he combos out with the super combo, you can attack again. So very interesting to see, but sometimes, in the heat of the moment, it does get to you. These guys have been playing all day, so, sometimes that's just what happens, right? But, obviously they played their hearts out today. They're both undefeated going into top 4. I think they only had a draw. I think Joseph had a draw. But for the most part, it was very well played, and you could see the strength of Vegex in the format right now. So if you guys are watching and you want to play the Vegex leader, definitely something to take a look at. So we're going to go on a short intermission, see if we're going to play out the final round. And, thank you guys for watching, and we'll be back shortly. Okay, so that's pretty much it. The Hill Twins were actually our two finalists. They decided to split, so we're not going to actually have the final game. I'm sure they're going to cover the deck profiles and their matchups and stuff on their YouTube channel or on their Patreon. So um, if you guys obviously give them a shout not a shout out, but check them out just to make sure you get the tournament report and stuff like that. If there's anything that I can take away from today is that Vegex is still a very strong contender in the meta. I mean, granted, it was a smaller sample size with the amount of players that we had today, but if you are interested in playing that deck, there's definitely some merit behind it. Um, you might have to spend a little bit of money on it. Just some of the cards are, in the more expensive variety. Allied reinforcements, food mission accomplished. Just some of those cards can be a little pricey, but if you're willing to make the initial investment and have a really good solid deck and you enjoy that type of strategy, check it out. Obviously, they did very well today. 2 out of the top 4 decks were Vegex, so 50% of the pool. And obviously, one of them, was a finalist. So we're going to get on out of here. Thank you guys so much for joining us and watching the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I know I did doing the commentary, and I do apologize for the mistakes that were made earlier. But if we ever get an opportunity to do a stream again for Computer and Gaming Universe, I'll make sure that doesn't happen. So as far as locals here at CGU, I believe they're Friday at 5 p.m., but because of COVID restrictions, the store has to be closed by 8 p.m., so I'm not sure exactly how well that's popping off right now, but definitely keep your eyes on Facebook because that's where we'll post the information for the next 1K if we plan on doing one in December. Other than that, shout out to all the players that attended. Shout out to the crew from Gamers Edge and PA. Thanks for coming down and making the trip. Congratulations to all the participants, the top cut, the finalists. Congratulations to the Hill Twins for taking first and second. And that's pretty much it, man. There's not much more I could say. If you guys have time and feel like you want to check out my YouTube channel, feel free to do so. Obviously, no counters, no combos on YouTube. We really appreciate everything, and we'll talk to you guys soon. Bye.